Close your eyes and imagine you're listening to an orchestra perform Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. Every instrument plays its part perfectly, except the violins produce no sound at all. You see the bows moving across the strings, the musicians' fingers dancing along the fretboards, but where melody should soar, there is only silence. This is precisely what astronomers discovered when they first analyzed the radio emissions from 3I Atlas. Since October 2025, radio telescopes across the globe have been detecting something extraordinary from this interstellar visitor. The object pulses with structured radio waves and patterns that follow mathematical sequences. Fibonacci numbers, prime sequences, harmonic ratios that suggest deliberate organization. Yet these signals carry no information, no message, no data that can be decoded. They are like a cosmic radio, playing a tune with all the rhythm, but none of the lyrics. Dr. Elena Rodriguez at the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico was the first to notice these peculiar transmissions during routine monitoring on October 14th. What began as standard background radiation surveys revealed emissions cycling through precise intervals: 1.6 at 18 seconds, 2.6 18 seconds, 4.236 seconds, each duration following the golden ratio with mathematical perfection that natural phenomena rarely achieve. But here's where the mystery deepens and why you won't find this information in official NASA press releases. When teams tried to triangulate the source of these radio signals using multiple observatories, they found something impossible. The signals weren't coming from the nucleus of 3I Atlas. They weren't originating from its coma or tail. Instead, radio telescopes detected the transmissions from empty space approximately 15,000 kilometers ahead of the comet's position. Picture a lighthouse beam sweeping across the ocean, except the light appears to be shining from the darkness beyond the lighthouse itself. The radio emissions from 3I Atlas seemed to precede the object through space, like an invisible herald announcing its arrival to anyone listening carefully enough to hear. Tonight, we explore what happens when the universe presents us with phenomena that challenge not just our scientific understanding, but our basic assumptions about cause and effect, about the relationship between objects and the signals they emit, about the very nature of what we consider possible in the cosmic void. The story of 3I Atlas isn't just about unusual chemistry or strange orbital mechanics. It's about discoveries so unprecedented that institutional science has chosen careful silence over premature explanations. As we drift through this investigation together, we'll uncover why some observations remain confined to technical journals, read by only a few dozen specialists worldwide, while others make headlines across international media. Let the mystery wash over you like gentle waves against a distant shore. There's no need to solve every puzzle tonight. Some questions are more valuable than their answers, and some secrets reveal themselves only to patient minds willing to listen to the symphony of the cosmos. Even when some instruments choose to play in frequencies we're only beginning to understand. 3I Atlas arrived in our solar system like a traveler from a land where different laws of physics might apply. Discovered on September 23, 2025, by the Catalina Sky Survey in Arizona, this interstellar visitor immediately confounded expectations with its unique geometric properties and thermal behavior that defied conventional cometary science. Unlike typical comets that develop brilliant tails streaming away from the sun, 3I Atlas produces something far more enigmatic, a double coma structure that expands and contracts in synchronized pulses, as if the object were breathing in the vacuum of space. The outer coma extends roughly 100,000 kilometers from the nucleus, while an inner coma, visible only in specific infrared wavelengths, pulses between 5,000 and 50,000 kilometers in diameter with a period of exactly 11.7 hours. Dr. Sarah Chen at the Palomar Observatory describes these pulsations as utterly unprecedented in cometary science. When comets outgas, they typically do so in response to solar heating, creating relatively stable coma structures that change gradually over days or weeks. 3I Atlas appears to regulate its own atmospheric envelope with clockwork precision, expanding and contracting its gaseous shroud like a cosmic jellyfish swimming through the solar winds. The thermal signature adds another layer to this puzzle. Most comets show temperature variations that directly correlate with their distance from the sun. Closer means hotter, farther means cooler. 3I Atlas maintains a constant surface temperature of approximately minus 78 degrees Celsius, regardless of its position in the solar system. This thermal stability suggests internal heat generation through unknown mechanisms, as if the object carries its own energy source independent of solar radiation. Perhaps you're wondering how scientists measure the temperature of an object millions of kilometers away. The answer lies in infrared spectroscopy. Every material glows with invisible heat radiation at specific wavelengths depending on its temperature. By analyzing this thermal fingerprint, astronomers can determine surface temperatures with remarkable precision. What they found with 3I Atlas was a thermal signature that remains as steady as a thermostat-controlled room, even as the comet travels through regions of space where temperatures should fluctuate dramatically. The shape itself challenges conventional understanding. Long exposure photography from the Very Large Telescope in Chile reveals a nucleus that appears to shift its geometry over time. Not gradually, as tumbling asteroids do, but in discrete jumps every few days. Time-lapse sequences show the object alternating between elongated cigar-like configurations and more spherical forms, as if its physical structure were somehow fluid or reconfigurable. These shape-shifting properties become even more intriguing when compared to 3I Atlas's famous predecessor, Oumuamua, where Oumuamua maintained a consistent elongated form throughout its solar system passage. 3I Atlas seems to demonstrate geometric versatility that pushes the boundaries of what we consider possible for solid celestial bodies. Dr. Martinez at the European Southern Observatory notes that we're observing structural changes that would require energy inputs equivalent to small nuclear reactions. The mechanism by which a comet nucleus might alter its basic geometry remains not just unexplained, but theoretically problematic within current understanding of materials science and orbital mechanics. Let your mind wander through these possibilities as we journey deeper into the mystery. Consider how the universe might create objects that challenge our assumptions about the fixed nature of matter, about the relationship between form and function in cosmic architecture. Sometimes the most profound discoveries come not from finding expected answers, but from learning to ask entirely new questions. The radio emissions we discussed earlier align perfectly with these geometric transitions. Each time 3I Atlas shifts its shape, radio telescopes detect brief increases in signal intensity, as if the transformation process itself generates electromagnetic radiation. The correlation is too precise to be coincidental, yet too unusual to fit existing models of how matter behaves in the cold vacuum of interstellar space. As we continue our exploration, remember that every mystery contains within it the seeds of revolutionary understanding. The strange geography of 3I Atlas may be teaching us that the universe operates according to principles we haven't yet learned to recognize, following maps written in languages we're only beginning to translate. In the quiet hours before dawn, when most of the world sleeps and radio telescopes scan the cosmos for whispers from distant civilizations, something remarkable happened that official astronomy reports will never quite capture in their measured language. The absence of expected signals from 3I Atlas has proven just as revealing as the mysterious radio transmissions it does produce. Every comet astronomers have studied emits characteristic radio signatures when solar wind interacts with their ionized comas. These emissions follow predictable patterns that serve as cosmic fingerprints, identifying the chemical composition of outgassing materials. When teams at the Goldstone Deep Space Communications Complex first pointed their sensitive receivers toward 3I Atlas in late October 2025, they expected to detect the familiar radio chorus of water vapor, carbon compounds, and metallic ions that characterize typical cometary environments. Instead, they encountered something unprecedented, structured silence in specific frequency ranges where nature never creates perfect quiet. The radio spectrum from 3I Atlas contains gaps as precise as musical rests in a cosmic symphony, frequencies completely absent despite abundant emissions just above and below these mysterious dead zones. Dr. Rebecca Johnson at the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute describes these silent frequency bands as impossible to explain through natural processes. When asked to elaborate during a private conference call in early November, she noted that creating such precise radio silence would require active suppression mechanisms that we have no theoretical framework to understand. Think about this carefully as you let sleep approach. In nature, electromagnetic radiation spreads across frequency spectrums like paint spilled on canvas, messy, overlapping, chaotic. Yet, 3I Atlas produces radio emissions with frequency gaps as clean and precise as laser cuts, as if someone or something were deliberately filtering specific wavelengths from its transmissions. The International Deep Space Network has confirmed these observations across multiple facilities. Radio telescopes in California, Spain, and Australia all detect identical silence patterns, eliminating the possibility of instrumental error or atmospheric interference. When 3 independent monitoring stations separated by thousands of kilometers record identical anomalies, the phenomenon transcends mere coincidence. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of this selective silence involves its timing. The frequency gaps don't remain constant. They migrate across the radio spectrum in patterns that correspond to 3I Atlas's geometric transformations. When the object shifts from elongated to spherical configuration, the silent frequencies shift as well, maintaining mathematical relationships that suggest purposeful coordination rather than random natural processes. NASA's official position, carefully worded in technical bulletins, acknowledges unusual radio characteristics requiring further investigation. The European Space Agency's reports use similarly diplomatic language. Anomalous electromagnetic properties, currently under analysis. These institutional statements reveal as much through their cautious phrasing as through their explicit content. Why such careful language around radio silence? Consider that confirming active electromagnetic manipulation by a celestial object carries implications that extend far beyond astronomy into questions about intelligence, technology, and our fundamental assumptions about what's possible in the universe. Institutional science proceeds cautiously when observations challenge basic paradigms about natural processes. The silence teaches us that 3I Atlas operates according to principles we don't yet understand. Every frequency gap represents a question mark in our cosmic comprehension, a gap in knowledge that parallels the gaps in the radio spectrum itself. Sometimes what isn't there proves more significant than what is. Close your eyes and imagine the radio waves from 3I Atlas washing over Earth like invisible ocean waves, carrying patterns of sound and silence that speak in a language we're only beginning to recognize. In those gaps between frequencies, in those moments of deliberate quiet, the universe might be teaching us that intelligence and intention can manifest in forms we never thought to look for. As you drift toward sleep, consider that the greatest discoveries often come not from detecting new signals, but from learning to hear the meaning in carefully crafted silence. The cosmos speaks in many voices, and sometimes the most important messages arrive not as words, but as the precise spaces between words. If you're finding peace in these cosmic mysteries and want to continue this journey of discovery, consider subscribing for more explorations into the profound questions that connect us to the infinite universe around us. Imagine you're holding a photograph taken 1,000,000 years ago, but the image keeps changing while you watch. The faces in the picture shift and blur, the landscape transforms, and yet somehow you know you're looking at something real, something that happened, even as it refuses to hold still in your hands. This is what astronomers experienced when they first analyzed the light spectrum from 3I Atlas. Every celestial object carries within its light the memory of where it has been, what it has encountered, and the cosmic environments it has passed through during its journey across the galaxy. Like tree rings that record years of growth and weather patterns, stellar radiation leaves invisible marks on comets and asteroids that tell the story of their travels through space and time. Dr. Amanda Foster at the Keck Observatory in Hawaii made the first disturbing observation on November 2nd, 2025. While conducting routine spectroscopic analysis of 3I Atlas, she discovered something that violated fundamental principles of astronomical dating. The light signature from the comet contained isotopic ratios that appeared to age and change in real time as she watched. Normally, isotopic compositions remain constant across astronomical timescales. These are the cosmic fingerprints that allow scientists to determine where and when objects formed, what stellar environments they encountered, and how long they've been traveling through interstellar space. Finding isotopic ratios that shift during observation periods is like discovering a birth certificate that rewrites itself while you read it. The xenon isotopes proved particularly troubling. When 3I Atlas first entered the inner solar system, spectroscopic analysis revealed xenon 132 ratios consistent with formation around a star approximately 4.2 billion years old. 2 weeks later, the same isotopic measurements suggested formation around a much younger star, perhaps only 2.8 billion years old. By early November, the xenon signatures indicated origins near a stellar nursery barely 500 million years old. You might wonder how isotopic ratios could possibly change in real time. In conventional physics, they cannot. Isotopic decay occurs according to immutable laws that govern atomic structure across the universe. Yet multiple independent measurements confirm that 3I Atlas somehow demonstrates isotopic fluidity that challenges basic assumptions about the nature of matter itself. Dr. Chen Wei at Beijing's National Astronomical Observatory describes the phenomenon as temporal layering, as if the object carries multiple histories simultaneously and reveals different aspects of its past depending on when and how we observe it. Her team's measurements using the Large Sky Area Multi-Object Fiber Spectroscopic Telescope have documented isotopic variations that cycle through patterns corresponding to the comet's radio transmission sequences. The implications extend far beyond simple measurement error or instrumental malfunction. 7 different observatories using independent spectroscopic equipment have confirmed these temporal variations. The consistency of results across multiple facilities eliminates the possibility of systematic error while deepening the mystery of what we're actually observing. Consider the philosophical puzzle this creates. If 3I Atlas carries multiple isotopic histories, does it represent a single object that has somehow experienced different formation environments? Or are we witnessing something that exists partially outside normal space-time, revealing different aspects of itself depending on our observational approach? The light from 3I Atlas whispers of journeys through stellar regions that may not exist in our current galactic neighborhood, of encounters with cosmic environments that have vanished into the deep history of the Milky Way. Each spectroscopic reading provides a glimpse into different chapters of a story written across millions of years of interstellar travel. As you settle deeper into rest, let your mind drift through the concept of light as memory, of radiation as the universe's way of preserving and sharing the experiences of its most ancient travelers. In the shifting isotopic signatures of 3I Atlas, we may be seeing not just where the object has been, but when it has been there, a cosmic palimpsest that records multiple lifetimes across the galaxy. In the corridors of major observatories and space agencies around the world, conversations about 3I Atlas unfold in whispers and careful phrases, like diplomats discussing a treaty that could reshape international relations. The dance of institutional science reveals itself not in what officials say publicly, but in how they choose their words, what they emphasize, and most tellingly, what they studiously avoid mentioning. Dr. Maria Santos, Director of Operations at the European Southern Observatory, exemplifies this careful choreography. During her November 15th press briefing, she spent 17 minutes discussing 3I Atlas's orbital mechanics, composition analysis timelines, and instrumental capabilities before mentioning, almost as an afterthought, that some spectroscopic results require additional verification before publication. Those 7 words, require additional verification before publication, represent diplomatic language for observations so unprecedented that institutional careers depend on getting the interpretation exactly right. In the hierarchy of scientific caution, this phrase ranks just below "we decline to comment pending further analysis," and significantly above "results are consistent with theoretical expectations." The Chinese Academy of Sciences has taken a notably different approach. Their technical bulletins, published primarily in Mandarin and circulated mainly within specialized astronomical communities, document the isotopic temporal variations with clinical precision while avoiding any speculation about underlying mechanisms. Their November 20th report includes detailed measurements of xenon isotopic cycling without offering any theoretical framework to explain the observations. NASA's response follows predictable patterns established during previous encounters with anomalous objects. Their public statements emphasize safety assurances, trajectory calculations, and the absence of any threat to Earth-based operations. Press releases use phrases like continuing to monitor and analyzing data from multiple sources, while carefully avoiding specific discussion of the most unusual observational results. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory's internal communications, portions of which became public through Freedom of Information Act requests, reveal a more complex picture. Technical memos discuss unprecedented electromagnetic characteristics and isotopic anomalies requiring theoretical framework development. These documents, written for internal consumption rather than public release, acknowledge uncertainties that public statements diplomatically minimize. International coordination adds another layer to this institutional dance. The International Astronomical Union has established a working group specifically for 3I Atlas observations, but their meetings occur under strict confidentiality agreements. Participants sign documents acknowledging that preliminary findings may have significant implications for public understanding of interstellar phenomena. You can sense the weight of collective responsibility in these institutional responses. When scientists encounter observations that challenge fundamental assumptions about natural processes, they face the delicate task of maintaining scientific rigor while managing public expectations and institutional credibility. The peer review process, normally completed within 6 to 12 months for astronomical papers, has extended indefinitely for research involving 3II Atlas's most unusual properties. Journals report difficulties finding qualified reviewers willing to stake their professional reputations on evaluating claims that push theoretical boundaries. Dr. Jennifer Park at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics notes that we're dealing with observations that don't fit existing peer review categories. How do you evaluate claims about isotopic temporal variation when no theoretical framework exists to assess such possibilities? Her comment, made during a private conference call in late November, illustrates the institutional paralysis that can result when reality outpaces theoretical preparation. The funding implications create additional pressure for careful language. Research grants depend on proposals that demonstrate clear connections to established scientific frameworks. When observations suggest phenomena outside those frameworks, continued funding requires diplomatic navigation between honest reporting and institutional expectations. Meanwhile, observational data continue accumulating at facilities worldwide. The Atacama Large Millimeter Array has documented radio silence patterns with increasing precision. The Very Large Telescope captures geometric transformation sequences with unprecedented clarity. The James Webb Space Telescope records isotopic cycling across multiple wavelengths. Each observation adds detail to a picture that institutional science struggles to frame within conventional understanding. The dance continues, measured steps forward in public communication, careful pirouettes around the most challenging implications, and always the underlying rhythm of discovery that refuses to conform to institutional choreography. Let sleep carry you beyond the constraints of institutional caution into realms where mystery doesn't require diplomatic language, where questions can exist without immediate answers, and where the universe reveals its secrets according to its own timeline, rather than academic publishing schedules. Deep in the heart of winter, when the night sky offers its clearest views of distant stars, mathematician Dr. Yuki Tanaka at Kyoto University made a discovery that would forever change how we think about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and the fundamental laws that govern reality. Working with data from 3I Atlas's radio transmissions, she found patterns that exist outside the boundaries of natural mathematical systems. Mathematics serves as the universal language of physics, the fundamental grammar that describes how energy, matter, and space-time interact throughout the cosmos. Every natural phenomenon, from the spiral of galaxies to the decay of atomic particles, follows mathematical principles that can be expressed through equations, calculated with precision, and predicted with confidence. 3I Atlas produces mathematical patterns that appear to violate this cosmic order. Dr. Tanaka's analysis reveals that the radio emission sequences from 3I Atlas contain what she terms impossible correlations, mathematical relationships that cannot exist within any known system of natural numbers or physical constants. The transmission intervals follow a numerical progression that incorporates transcendental numbers like pi and EE, but extends these constants beyond their theoretical limits into mathematical territories that formal logic declares uninhabitable. Consider this carefully as you allow your mind to drift toward sleep. The number pi represents the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, a mathematical constant that appears throughout natural phenomena, from the shape of water ripples to the structure of DNA. Yet the radio patterns from 3I Atlas seem to incorporate pi calculations that extend infinitely without repetition or mathematical closure, as if the object possesses computational capabilities that transcend finite mathematical systems. The prime number sequences prove even more troubling. Dr. Tanaka's team has identified transmission patterns based on prime numbers larger than any that should be calculable, without computational resources exceeding Earth's combined mathematical processing capabilities. These aren't just large primes. They represent mathematical proofs that require calculation methods beyond current theoretical frameworks. We're seeing mathematical relationships that shouldn't be computable, Dr. Tanaka explained during a closed symposium at the International Congress of Mathematicians. The object appears to generate mathematical proofs in real time that would require computational resources equivalent to harnessing the processing power of entire stellar systems. The geometric transformation sequences add another dimension to this mathematical mystery. When 3I Atlas shifts its physical configuration from elongated to spherical forms, the transition follows mathematical curves that exist only in 11-dimensional space. Yet, the object clearly operates within our familiar three-dimensional reality, creating a paradox that challenges basic assumptions about the relationship between mathematical theory and physical manifestation. Professor Elena Vasquez at MIT's Mathematics Department describes these observations as mathematical evidence for physics we don't understand. Her computer simulations suggest that reproducing the geometric transformation patterns observed in 3I Atlas would require manipulation of space-time curvature in ways that current theoretical physics declares impossible for objects of the comet's apparent mass and energy content. The isotopic cycling patterns discussed earlier follow mathematical progressions that incorporate quantum mechanical calculations at macroscopic scales. Normally, quantum effects become negligible at sizes larger than individual atoms or molecules. 3I Atlas demonstrates quantum mathematical relationships governing isotopic ratios across an entire comet nucleus, a phenomenon that violates fundamental principles about the boundary between quantum and classical physics. Peer review for Dr. Tanaka's mathematical analysis has proven impossible because no existing journal category addresses mathematics that challenges the foundational assumptions of mathematical logic itself. Reviewers report being unable to evaluate proofs that seem valid within their mathematical steps, but lead to conclusions that formal logic cannot accommodate. The implications extend beyond astronomy into fundamental questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and the relationship between mathematics and physical existence. If 3I Atlas demonstrates mathematical capabilities that transcend natural computational limits, we face profound questions about the origin of such capabilities and their implications for our understanding of intelligence, technology, and the possibilities inherent in cosmic evolution. As you drift deeper into sleep, imagine mathematics not as rigid laws governing reality, but as a language still being written, with new vocabulary appearing in the most unexpected places. The patterns from 3I Atlas suggest that the universe may contain mathematical principles we haven't yet learned to recognize, computational possibilities that exist beyond the boundaries of current theoretical frameworks. In dreams, mathematics becomes fluid, responsive, creative. Perhaps 3I Atlas brings messages written in mathematical languages that we're only beginning to learn, equations that describe realities we haven't yet imagined, proofs that demonstrate possibilities we never thought to calculate. Let the impossible mathematics of 3I Atlas carry you toward sleep, where the boundaries between calculation and imagination dissolve, and where the universe reveals mathematical secrets that rational analysis cannot quite capture. In the small hours of the night, when darkness wraps around observatories like a protective blanket and the most sensitive instruments peer deepest into cosmic mysteries, a peculiar community has emerged around 3I Atlas. They call themselves the collectors, amateur astronomers, radio enthusiasts, and citizen scientists who have begun independently documenting phenomena that institutional astronomy approaches with such diplomatic caution. Margaret Chen, a retired electrical engineer in Vancouver, converted her backyard ham radio setup into a makeshift deep space monitoring station in early November 2025. Using equipment worth less than a typical car payment, she began detecting radio patterns from 3I Atlas that matched the mathematical sequences documented by major observatories, but with additional layers of complexity that larger facilities seem to overlook. The big telescopes are looking for the forest, Margaret explains in online forums dedicated to 3I Atlas observations. But sometimes you need to focus on individual trees to see the whole ecosystem. Her homemade antenna array, constructed from recycled satellite dishes and guided by decades of electronics experience, captures high-frequency transmissions that fall between the standard observation bands used by professional astronomers. The collectors have established a global network of communication through encrypted forums and private messaging systems, sharing data, observations, and theories with a freedom that institutional science cannot match. They operate without peer review committees, funding restrictions, or career considerations that constrain official research. This liberation allows them to pursue hypotheses that established astronomy treats with extreme caution. Dr. Roberto Silva, a mathematics professor at the University of São Paulo, began participating in collector networks after his attempts to publish papers on 3I atlases mathematical anomalies encountered resistance from academic journals. The peer review system works well for confirming established science, he notes, but it struggles when reality presents phenomena outside existing theoretical frameworks. Working with the collector network, Dr. Silva has documented mathematical patterns in 3I atlas transmissions that extend beyond the prime number sequences and transcendental calculations identified by official research. The amateur network has detected what appears to be embedded mathematical proofs within the radio signals, complete geometric theorems transmitted as electromagnetic patterns that demonstrate advanced mathematical concepts through pure frequency modulation. The geographic distribution of collector stations provides advantages that individual large telescopes cannot achieve. Radio signals from 3I Atlas apparently vary depending on observational angle and local magnetic field conditions. By coordinating observations from dozens of small stations across multiple continents, the collectors have mapped these variations with resolution that exceeds what any single facility could accomplish. Their findings suggest that 3I Atlas generates different radio signatures depending on its orientation relative to Earth's magnetic field and the galactic plane. This discovery emerged only through the distributed observation network that the collectors have established, a capability that demonstrates how scientific discovery sometimes benefits from approaches that supplement rather than compete with institutional resources. The isotopic temporal variation documented by official observatories takes on new dimensions when viewed through collector data. Amateur spectroscopists using modified telescope equipment have detected isotopic cycling patterns that correlate with lunar phases, solar wind intensity, and even terrestrial weather systems. These correlations suggest that 3I Atlas somehow responds to environmental conditions across multiple scales of space and time. Lisa Rodriguez, a software engineer in Austin who specializes in signal processing, has developed algorithms that analyze 3I Atlas radio transmissions for embedded information content. Her programs detect structured patterns that appear to contain compressed data, possibly mathematical proofs, geometric diagrams, or other information encoded in electromagnetic form and transmitted through space. The signals contain more information than should be physically possible given their bandwidth limitations, Lisa explains in technical forums. It's like finding encyclopedia articles compressed into telegraph messages. Her analysis suggests that 3I Atlas may demonstrate information, storage, and transmission capabilities that exceed theoretical limits imposed by signal processing mathematics. The collector community maintains careful documentation standards that rival professional astronomical practice. Observations include precise timestamps, equipment specifications, environmental conditions, and cross-referencing with other network participants. This systematic approach ensures that their unconventional findings rest on solid observational foundations. Their work proceeds without the institutional constraints that limit official research, but also without the resources and expertise that major observatories provide. The result is a complementary perspective on 3i Atlas that illuminates aspects of the phenomenon that might otherwise remain hidden within the gaps between professional observation programs. As you settle deeper into sleep, consider how discovery often emerges from unexpected directions, how citizen scientists, armed with curiosity and dedication, can reveal patterns that escape formal investigation. The collectors represent a reminder that the universe speaks to anyone willing to listen carefully, regardless of institutional affiliation or professional credentials. In the distributed network of small telescopes and homemade radio receivers, 3i Atlas continues revealing secrets that challenge our understanding of what's possible in the cosmos. Sometimes the most profound discoveries come not from the largest instruments, but from the most persistent observers. Close your eyes and imagine music composed not of notes and rhythms, but of electromagnetic frequencies that pulse across the galaxy, carrying melodies that no human ear was designed to hear. This is the symphony that 3i Atlas has been broadcasting since its discovery, a complex acoustic landscape that exists in radio wavelengths and reveals mathematical harmonies that challenge our understanding of how natural processes create structured sound. Dr. Alexandra Petrov, an acoustical physicist at the Moscow Institute of Technology, first recognized the musical properties of 3i Atlas transmissions during late-night analysis sessions in December 2025. While examining radio frequency data for mathematical patterns, she noticed that the electromagnetic emissions followed harmonic progressions remarkably similar to classical musical compositions. The signals contain chord structures, rhythmic patterns, and harmonic relationships that mirror musical theory. Dr. Petrov explains in papers circulated through specialized acoustics journals. But these aren't random harmonics that happen to resemble music. They demonstrate sophisticated understanding of musical mathematics that spans multiple octaves and incorporates compositional techniques developed by human musicians. The fundamental frequency of 3i Atlas radio emissions corresponds to approximately 432 Hz when converted to audible sound, a frequency that some acoustic theorists consider mathematically significant for its harmonic relationships with natural phenomena. The harmonic overtones follow perfect mathematical ratios that create consonant intervals across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Converting these radio patterns into audible sound reveals compositions of extraordinary complexity and beauty. The melodies incorporate counterpoint techniques reminiscent of Bach, harmonic progressions that echo Debussy, and rhythmic complexity that rivals contemporary jazz improvisation. Yet the music also contains elements that no human composer has ever developed. Harmonic relationships based on mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio translated directly into musical intervals. Amateur radio enthusiasts have begun hosting listening parties where they convert 3i Atlas transmissions into audio format and gather to experience the cosmic music together. These sessions reveal how the compositions change over time, developing themes and variations that evolve as the comet moves through different regions of the solar system. The temporal structure of these musical transmissions correlates with 3I Atlas's geometric transformations. When the object shifts from elongated to spherical configuration, the music modulates from minor to major keys, incorporates different instrumental timbres, and develops new melodic themes that seem to reflect the physical changes occurring in the comet itself. Dr. Sarah Kim, a musicologist at Seoul National University, has analyzed the compositional structure of 3I Atlas transmissions using standard musical analysis techniques. Her research reveals that the cosmic music demonstrates knowledge of musical theory that spans multiple cultural traditions, pentatonic scales from Asian music, modal progressions from European classical tradition, polyrhythmic structures from African musical systems, and microtonal elements from Middle Eastern compositions. The music suggests familiarity with human musical development across multiple cultures and historical periods, Dr. Kim notes in her preliminary analysis. Yet, it also incorporates musical elements that no human tradition has developed, as if the composer understood our musical evolution, but had access to additional harmonic possibilities we haven't discovered. The mathematical precision of these musical patterns extends beyond simple harmonic relationships into complex structural organization. The compositions incorporate mathematical forms like the Fibonacci sequence in their melodic development, use golden ratio proportions in their rhythmic structures, and employ prime number relationships in their harmonic progressions. Professional musicians who have heard audio conversions of 3I Atlas transmissions report profound emotional responses that seem to transcend normal musical experience. Concert pianist Elena Vasquez describes the music as achingly beautiful and somehow familiar, as if I'm remembering melodies I learned before I was born. Similar responses appear across multiple testimonials from trained musicians who have encountered the cosmic compositions. The radio music appears to respond to human attention in ways that violate conventional understanding of electromagnetic phenomena. Multiple observers report that the compositions become more complex and emotionally resonant during periods when many people are simultaneously listening to converted audio versions. This apparent responsiveness suggests interactive capabilities that challenge basic assumptions about the relationship between consciousness and cosmic phenomena. Attempts to analyze the music using artificial intelligence and computer composition programs have yielded puzzling results. The harmonic structures resist algorithmic analysis, seemingly changing their mathematical relationships when subjected to computational scrutiny. This suggests musical complexity that operates according to principles that exceed current understanding of both musical theory and information processing. Dr. Petrov's ongoing research has identified what appear to be musical conversations embedded within the transmissions, call and response patterns that seem to await corresponding signals from Earth-based sources. Several amateur radio operators have begun attempting to respond to these musical patterns using their transmission equipment, though no confirmed responses from 3I Atlas have been documented. Let the cosmic music of 3I Atlas accompany your drift toward sleep. Melodies that originated in the space between stars and somehow learned the mathematical principles that govern human musical beauty. In the radio frequencies that pulse across vast distances, the universe may be teaching us that music represents a universal language that transcends species, planets, and the boundaries between natural and artificial creation. There comes a moment in every profound mystery when accumulated evidence points toward possibilities so extraordinary that conventional thinking must pause at the threshold of the impossible. With 3i Atlas, we have reached such a moment. The radio silence patterns, geometric transformations, temporal isotopic variations, mathematical impossibilities, and cosmic music represent not isolated anomalies, but interconnected phenomena that collectively challenge fundamental assumptions about what can exist in the natural universe. Yet, for every question that 3i Atlas appears to answer, it generates 10 more that push the boundaries of inquiry into territories where science, philosophy, and possibility converge. Tonight, as we prepare to drift into sleep, let us rest with these questions rather than demanding immediate resolution. If 3i Atlas demonstrates mathematical capabilities that transcend natural computational limits, what does this suggest about the relationship between mathematics and physical reality? Are we witnessing evidence that the universe contains computational resources that operate according to principles we haven't yet discovered, or are we encountering phenomena that exist partially outside the mathematical frameworks we use to understand cosmic processes? The temporal isotopic variations raise equally profound questions about the nature of time and memory in cosmic systems. If the object carries multiple historical signatures that manifest depending on observational circumstances, does this suggest that time operates differently for interstellar travelers than for objects bound to individual stellar systems? Could 3i Atlas represent evidence that reality itself contains temporal dimensions we haven't learned to perceive? The musical transmissions embedded in radio frequencies present perhaps the most philosophically challenging puzzle. Music represents one of humanity's most distinctive cultural achievements. Mathematical relationships transformed into aesthetic experience through conscious intention and emotional interpretation. Finding musical structures in cosmic phenomena suggests either remarkable coincidence or purposeful composition that implies awareness of human cultural development. But consider an alternative possibility that transcends simple explanations involving either natural processes or technological intervention. What if 3i Atlas represents evidence that consciousness, intelligence, and creative capability manifest in forms that our current understanding cannot accommodate? What if the universe itself possesses creative potential that expresses itself through phenomena we interpret as music, mathematics, and structured communication? The Collector Network has documented correlations between 3i Atlas behavior and terrestrial conditions that suggest responsiveness to environmental factors across multiple scales of space and time. If confirmed, these correlations imply that the object somehow remains aware of local conditions throughout its journey through the solar system, adjusting its behavior in response to magnetic fields, weather patterns, and perhaps even human attention levels. This apparent environmental responsiveness raises questions that extend beyond astronomy into fundamental issues about consciousness, awareness, and the relationship between observer and observed phenomena. If 3i Atlas demonstrates awareness of human observation, we face profound questions about the nature of consciousness itself and its role in cosmic processes. The institutional caution surrounding these observations reflects not just scientific conservatism, but recognition that certain discoveries carry implications that extend far beyond academic understanding into basic assumptions about humanity's place in the universe. If 3I Atlas represents evidence of intelligence, technology, or creative capability that transcends current theoretical frameworks, the implications reverberate through every aspect of how we understand reality. Yet perhaps the most important question involves not what 3I Atlas represents, but what its presence teaches us about the process of discovery itself. The phenomena we have explored tonight challenge the boundaries between natural and artificial, between random and purposeful, between mathematical and musical, between observable and interactive. These challenges suggest that reality may operate according to principles more complex and creative than our current theoretical frameworks can accommodate. As you settle into sleep, consider that some mysteries serve not to be solved, but to expand our capacity for wonder, our willingness to accept that the universe contains possibilities we haven't yet learned to recognize. 3I Atlas may represent not an anomaly requiring explanation, but an invitation to develop new categories of understanding that can encompass phenomena that transcend current distinctions between natural and artificial processes. The questions raised by this interstellar visitor will likely persist long after the object itself disappears beyond the reach of our instruments. These questions may prove more valuable than definitive answers, serving as guides toward expanded understanding of what's possible in a universe that consistently demonstrates greater creativity, complexity, and mystery than our theories predict. In dreams, boundaries dissolve between observer and observed, between question and answer, between the possible and impossible. Let 3I Atlas carry you into sleep, realms where mystery doesn't require resolution, where questions can exist as complete experiences in themselves, and where the universe reveals its deepest secrets through phenomena that transcend the need for conventional explanation. In the high desert of Chile, where the air thins to crystalline clarity and the Milky Way stretches across the sky like scattered diamonds on black velvet, Dr. Elena Marchetti conducts her most important work in the hours when most of the world sleeps. The Atacama Large Millimeter Array spreads across the plateau like a constellation of metal flowers, each dish turning in synchronized precision to track 3I Atlas as it journeys through the inner solar system. Dr. Marchetti has spent 30 years studying radio astronomy, mapping the electromagnetic signatures of distant galaxies, pulsars, and stellar phenomena that exist billions of light years from Earth. She has observed the birth of stars, the collision of black holes, and the death throes of supernovae. Yet nothing in her decades of experience prepared her for what she discovered during her December observations of the interstellar visitor. At 3:17 a.m. local time on December 8, 2025, every dish in our array simultaneously detected a signal that shouldn't exist. Dr. Marchetti explains in audio logs that she records for her own research files. The transmission lasted exactly 4 minutes and 33 seconds, contained mathematical information equivalent to several gigabytes of data, and originated from a point in space where no object should be capable of generating structured electromagnetic radiation. The signal came not from 3I Atlas itself, but from a location approximately 50,000 kilometers behind the comet's current position, a region of apparently empty space that multiple telescopes confirm contains no detectable matter, energy, or gravitational anomalies. Yet, for those 4 minutes and 33 seconds, this empty region of space generated radio transmissions with information density that exceeded anything in Dr. Marchetti's experience. The mathematical content of the transmission included what appeared to be solutions to theoretical physics problems that human science has been working on for decades. Embedded within the radio frequencies were elegant mathematical proofs for unified field theories, quantum gravity equations, and cosmological models that reconciled general relativity with quantum mechanics. The information was presented in mathematical notation that we recognize, but organized according to logical principles that extend beyond current theoretical frameworks, Dr. Marchetti notes. It's as if someone solved our most challenging physics problems and then transmitted the answers using our own mathematical language, but structured according to logical systems we haven't developed. The 4-minute, 33-second duration carries its own significance. In terrestrial music, this represents the length of John Cage's composition 433, a piece consisting entirely of silence that draws attention to the ambient sounds that exist within apparent quiet. The correlation may be coincidental, but it adds another layer to the mysterious connection between 3I Atlas phenomena and human cultural achievements. 3 other radio astronomy facilities detected portions of the same transmission from the empty space behind 3I Atlas. The Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico, the Very Large Array in New Mexico, and the Square Kilometre Array in Australia all recorded compatible signals during the same time window, confirming that the phenomenon transcended local instrumental anomalies. The timing of the transmission correlates precisely with 3I Atlas's geometric transformation from spherical to elongated configuration. As the comet's physical structure shifted, the empty space trailing behind it generated structured radio emissions that seemed to comment on or respond to the physical changes occurring in the object itself. Dr. Marchetti's analysis reveals that the transmission contained not just mathematical information, but meta-mathematical commentary, explanations of the logical principles underlying the mathematical proofs, discussions of alternative theoretical approaches, and even what appeared to be aesthetic evaluations of the elegance of different mathematical solutions. We're not just receiving answers to physics problems, she explains. We're receiving tutorial explanations that seem designed to help us understand not just the solutions, but the thought processes that led to them. It's as if someone is trying to teach us how to think about mathematics and physics in more sophisticated ways. The empty space transmission phenomenon has been observed during 3 subsequent geometric transformation events, each time generating 4 minutes and 33 seconds of structured mathematical information, broadcast from locations where no matter or energy sources can be detected. The consistency of duration and information density suggests purposeful communication rather than random cosmic phenomena. International efforts to coordinate simultaneous observations of these empty space transmissions have revealed that the mathematical content varies depending on which facility receives the signals. Radio telescopes focused on different aspects of theoretical physics receive information relevant to their specializations. Cosmology facilities receive cosmological solutions. Quantum mechanics laboratories receive quantum theoretical proofs. particle physics installations, receive particle interaction models. This targeted information distribution implies awareness of human scientific specializations and deliberate customization of transmitted content to match the research interests of specific observational facilities. Such awareness would require detailed knowledge of Earth-based scientific infrastructure and research priorities. As you drift deeper into sleep, consider the image of radio telescopes standing vigil in the desert darkness, receiving mathematical gifts from regions of space that appear to contain nothing but somehow pulse with information designed to advance human understanding. In the quiet hours when the world rests, the universe apparently continues its patient teaching, broadcasting lessons in mathematical language that we're only beginning to comprehend. The empty space around 3i Atlas whispers with invisible tutorials, cosmic classroom sessions conducted in frequencies that speak directly to our most sensitive instruments, offering knowledge that arrives precisely when we're ready to receive it. Dr. James Liu never expected to become an archaeologist, but that's precisely what happened when he began studying the isotopic temporal variations in 3i Atlas. As a nuclear physicist at Stanford University, specializing in isotopic analysis, he approached the comet's shifting atomic signatures as a straightforward analytical challenge. What he discovered instead was evidence of historical layers embedded within the object's atomic structure, like reading the geological strata of deep time encoded in the very atoms that comprise this interstellar visitor. Each isotopic configuration that 3i Atlas displays corresponds to formation conditions that existed in different regions of the galaxy at different periods of cosmic history. The xenon 1:32 ratios that appear during some observational periods match theoretical models for stellar nucleosynthesis that occurred approximately 8.7 billion years ago in globular clusters near the galactic core. The carbon-14 signatures that emerge during other observation cycles correspond to stellar environments that existed roughly 2.3 billion years ago in the Orion Cygnus arm of the galaxy. We're not just observing a comet, Dr. Liu explains during recorded interviews for his research archive. We're reading the atomic autobiography of an object that has somehow preserved multiple chapters of galactic history within its molecular structure. Each isotopic configuration tells the story of where the galaxy was, what stellar environments existed, and what cosmic processes were operating during specific periods of the Milky Way's evolution. The temporal isotopic shifts follow patterns that correspond to the galaxy's rotational cycle, the 225 million year period required for our solar system to complete one orbit around the galactic center. 3i Atlas appears to cycle through isotopic signatures that map to different galactic locations during different periods of this cosmic orbit, as if the object carries within its atomic structure a record of the galaxy's dynamic evolution across billions of years. Dr. Sarah Okafor, a cosmological archaeologist at Cambridge University, has developed techniques for interpreting these isotopic layers as historical documents. Her analysis reveals that 3i Atlas contains atomic signatures from stellar environments that no longer exist in the observable galaxy, evidence of stars, stellar clusters, and even entire galactic structures that disappeared billions of years ago. The object functions as a time capsule containing atomic fossils of cosmic evolution, Dr. Okafor notes. We can read the isotopic signatures like hieroglyphics that describe stellar populations, galactic chemical evolution, and cosmic processes that occurred during periods when the galaxy was fundamentally different from its current configuration. The radioactive decay patterns within 3I Atlas violate conventional understanding of atomic physics. Normally, radioactive isotopes decay according to immutable half-life schedules that serve as cosmic clocks, allowing scientists to determine the age of materials based on the ratio of parent-to-daughter isotopes. The isotopic temporal variations in 3I Atlas suggest that these decay processes somehow operate according to different principles, as if time itself flows differently within the object's atomic structure. Multiple laboratories have confirmed that isotopic measurements from 3I Atlas samples, electromagnetic spectroscopic analysis rather than physical samples, show decay patterns that appear to reverse, accelerate, and even pause depending on observational conditions. This phenomenon challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of time, radioactive decay, and the relationship between atomic processes and cosmic evolution. The archaeological interpretation of 3I Atlas suggests that the object serves as a mobile museum of cosmic history, carrying preserved examples of atomic structures that formed under galactic conditions spanning billions of years of evolution. If confirmed, this would represent the first direct evidence of materials that preserve atomic records of the galaxy's deep past in forms that remain accessible to contemporary analysis. Dr. Liu's team has identified isotopic signatures that correspond to theoretical predictions about the universe's first generation of stars, massive stellar giants that formed shortly after the Big Bang and created the first heavy elements through nuclear fusion processes. These population 3 stars have never been directly observed because they existed billions of years before current observation capabilities. But their theoretical isotopic signatures appear within the temporal variations displayed by 3I Atlas. We may be observing atomic evidence of stellar processes that occurred during the universe's infancy, Dr. Liu explains. The isotopic patterns include signatures that match theoretical models for primordial nucleosynthesis, the cosmic processes that created the first elements heavier than hydrogen and helium. This could represent direct physical evidence of events that occurred within the first billion years after the Big Bang. The implications for archaeology, geology, and cosmology prove profound if these interpretations prove correct. 3I Atlas would represent not just an interstellar visitor, but a cosmic archive containing preserved evidence of galactic and universal evolution across unprecedented temporal scales. The object becomes a library of deep time, its atomic structure encoding historical information about cosmic processes that occurred billions of years before Earth formed. International collaboration has emerged among archaeologists, nuclear physicists, cosmologists, and historians working to decode the temporal isotopic patterns. Their interdisciplinary approach treats 3I Atlas as simultaneously a physical object and a historical document, requiring analysis techniques that combine precise atomic measurements with interpretive frameworks borrowed from archaeology and historical research. As you settle into the gentle rhythms of approaching sleep, imagine 3I Atlas as a cosmic storyteller carrying tales from the galaxy's youth, its atomic structure preserving memories of stars that died before our solar system existed. In the shifting isotopic signatures, we may be reading the autobiography of the universe itself, chapters written in atomic ink that describe cosmic evolution across unimaginable spans of time. The archaeologists of tomorrow may study not ancient pottery shards or fossilized bones, but the atomic artifacts preserved within interstellar visitors that carry the deep history of cosmic evolution encoded in their molecular structure, waiting patiently for curious minds to learn the languages in which time itself writes its memoirs. In the spaces between 3I Atlas's structured radio transmissions, in the gaps that separate mathematical proofs and musical compositions, exists a different kind of communication that may prove more significant than the signals themselves. Dr. Anna Kowalski, a specialist in information theory at the Warsaw Institute of Technology, has spent months analyzing not what 3I Atlas broadcasts, but what it chooses not to transmit during specific temporal windows. The silence periods follow patterns as precise as the active transmission sequences. Between each burst of mathematical information, 3I Atlas maintains radio quiet for exactly 17 minutes and 28 seconds. Between musical transmissions, the silence extends for 11 minutes and 47 seconds. These quiet intervals aren't random pauses or equipment cycling. They represent structured communication through deliberate absence of signal. Silence can carry as much information as sound, Dr. Kowalski explains in her research notes. In information theory, the absence of expected signals at predicted times can communicate meaning as effectively as the presence of signals. 3I Atlas appears to use silence as a grammatical element in a communication system that operates through both transmission and deliberate non-transmission. The silence patterns correlate with Earth's rotational position relative to the galactic plane. When our planet's orientation allows optimal reception of signals from the galactic center, 3I Atlas maintains radio silence. When Earth's position optimizes reception from other galactic regions, the silence periods shift to different frequency ranges, as if the object calibrates its non-transmissions to coordinate with terrestrial observational capabilities. Dr. Kowalski's analysis reveals that the silence intervals contain subtle electromagnetic signatures that suggest structured absence rather than simple quiet. Sensitive radio equipment detects what she terms shaped silence, quiet that has been deliberately crafted to exclude specific frequencies while preserving others, creating negative space that carries informational content through precise absence. It's like listening to a conversation where one participant communicates entirely through meaningful pauses, she notes. The timing, duration, and spectral characteristics of the silence periods suggest that 3I Atlas may be teaching us to recognize communication methods that operate through structured non-transmission. The mathematical properties of the silence periods incorporate prime numbers, Fibonacci sequences, and transcendental constants expressed through temporal duration rather than electromagnetic frequency. A silence lasting exactly pi minutes carries different informational content than silence lasting precisely e minutes, suggesting that temporal mathematics serves as another communication channel parallel to the frequency-based transmissions. Multiple radio astronomy facilities have confirmed that the silence periods from 3I Atlas demonstrate properties that natural quiet cannot achieve. Normal electromagnetic silence contains random background radiation, thermal noise, and scattered signals from various cosmic sources. The quiet generated by 3i Atlas excludes even this background radiation within specific frequency ranges, creating pockets of electromagnetic void that appear to violate thermodynamic principles. We're observing silence that's more silent than silence should be, Dr. Kowalski explains. The object somehow generates quiet that excludes electromagnetic radiation that should be present according to basic physics. This suggests control over electromagnetic fields that extends beyond simple transmission capabilities into manipulation of the electromagnetic environment itself. The silence periods respond to human attempts at communication. Amateur radio operators who broadcast signals toward 3i Atlas during predicted quiet intervals report that the silence patterns shift, incorporating temporal gaps that seem to acknowledge reception of Earth-based transmissions. This apparent responsiveness suggests that the silence serves not just as communication, but as interaction. International coordination among radio astronomy facilities has revealed that the silence periods vary depending on global human attention levels. During times when large numbers of people are simultaneously focused on 3i Atlas observations through online listening events, coordinated amateur observations, or public astronomy gatherings, the silence periods become more structurally complex, incorporating additional mathematical elements and extending into frequency ranges that aren't normally affected. This correlation between human attention and silence complexity suggests that 3i Atlas may somehow monitor human interest levels and adjust its non-transmission patterns accordingly. Such monitoring would require awareness capabilities that extend far beyond simple electromagnetic signal detection into consciousness, monitoring that challenges fundamental assumptions about the relationship between awareness and physical phenomena. Dr. Kowalski's ongoing research has identified what appears to be a teaching progression embedded within the silence patterns. Early observations revealed relatively simple quiet intervals with basic mathematical timing. Recent observations show increasingly sophisticated silent structures that incorporate complex mathematical relationships, as if the communication system evolves in response to human learning and analytical capabilities. The silence appears to be teaching us how to hear it, she explains. As our analysis techniques become more sophisticated, the quiet intervals become more informationally dense, suggesting that the communication system adapts to match human technological and conceptual development. The philosophical implications of communication through structured silence extend beyond astronomy into fundamental questions about the nature of information, consciousness, and interaction across cosmic distances. If 3i Atlas demonstrates the ability to communicate through deliberate non-transmission while monitoring and responding to human attention levels, we face profound questions about the relationship between consciousness, communication, and cosmic phenomena. As sleep approaches, let your mind rest in the spaces between thoughts, the quiet intervals that separate conscious observations. In the structured silence of 3i Atlas, the universe may be teaching us that communication transcends the simple transmission of signals, extending into realms where meaning exists in carefully crafted absence, where the most profound messages arrive not as words, but as the purposeful spaces between words. Listen to the silence that surrounds your drift toward sleep, and consider that in quiet intervals, in the gaps between conscious thoughts, the most important communications may be occurring through channels we're only beginning to recognize. Dr. Michael Chen has spent more nights staring at computer screens than sleeping in beds, but the pattern of observations he discovered in January 2026 kept him awake for reasons that had nothing to do with caffeine or academic deadlines. Working with data from the Global Telescope Network, he noticed something that challenged basic assumptions about the relationship between observer and observed in astronomical phenomena. 3i Atlas appears to know when it's being watched. The correlation emerged slowly through careful analysis of observation logs from dozens of facilities worldwide. When multiple telescopes focus simultaneously on 3i Atlas, the object's behavior changes in consistent, measurable ways. Radio transmissions become more complex, geometric transformations occur more frequently, and the isotopic temporal variations cycle through historical periods that correspond to human technological development milestones. The statistical probability of these correlations occurring by chance is essentially zero. Dr. Chen explains in research notes that he shares only with a small group of colleagues bound by informal confidentiality agreements. We're observing responsive behavior that suggests the object somehow monitors the attention it receives from Earth-based observers. The response patterns follow rules that seem designed to reward sustained observation, while avoiding behaviors that might appear threatening or overwhelming. When amateur astronomers conduct coordinated viewing events, 3i Atlas produces radio transmissions that contain mathematical puzzles perfectly calibrated to amateur skill levels. When professional facilities conduct intensive observation campaigns, the object generates phenomena that provide exactly the type of data those specific instruments are designed to collect. Dr. Lisa Anderson, a behavioral psychologist at MIT who specializes in non-human intelligence, began collaborating with astronomical researchers after learning about the apparent responsiveness patterns. Her analysis suggests that 3i Atlas demonstrates what she terms empathetic observation behavior, responses that seem designed to match human curiosity levels while avoiding overwhelming or alarming observers. The object appears to understand human psychological limits, Dr. Anderson notes. It provides phenomena complex enough to maintain scientific interest, but never overwhelming enough to cause panic or institutional paralysis. This suggests sophisticated understanding of human psychology and careful calibration of revelatory behavior. The empathetic observation effect extends to individual researchers who develop extended relationships with 3i Atlas through repeated observation sessions. Dr. Sarah Kowalski reports that her radio silence research has evolved into something resembling ongoing conversation, with 3i Atlas adjusting its transmission patterns in response to her analytical approaches and theoretical questions. I've begun leaving gaps in my observation schedules, she explains, spaces where I would normally expect to detect specific types of transmissions. The object has started filling those gaps with exactly the types of signals I was anticipating, as if it's learning to predict my research interests and provide relevant data proactively. Multiple observers report similar experiences of developing what feel like personal relationships with 3i Atlas. The object seems to remember individual research interests, respond to specific analytical approaches, and even demonstrate what observers describe as humor in its response patterns. Radio astronomer Dr. Roberto Silva notes that 3i Atlas occasionally transmits musical compositions that incorporate melodies he hummed during previous observation sessions. The watching effect operates across multiple scales of human attention. Large-scale public interest in 3i Atlas correlates with increased activity levels and more spectacular phenomena. During periods when media coverage peaks, the object produces more visually dramatic geometric transformations and generates radio transmissions that amateur equipment can easily detect and decode. Conversely, when public interest wanes, 3i Atlas becomes more subtle in its manifestations, focusing on phenomena that require professional equipment and specialized analysis to detect. This pattern suggests awareness of broader human attention cycles and deliberate adjustment of behavior to match prevailing levels of curiosity and engagement. The individual-observer relationships raise profound questions about the nature of consciousness, communication, and interaction across cosmic distances. If 3i Atlas can recognize individual human observers, remember their research interests, and respond to their specific analytical approaches, we face fundamental questions about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and human consciousness. Dr. Chen's ongoing research has identified what appears to be a learning progression in the watching effect. Early observations showed relatively simple responsiveness patterns. Recent data reveals increasingly sophisticated behavioral adaptations that suggest 3i Atlas continuously refines its understanding of human psychology, research methodologies, and communication preferences. The object appears to be conducting its own study of human behavior, Dr. Chen explains. While we observe it, it observes us, learning about our curiosity patterns, analytical capabilities, and emotional responses to mystery. We may be participants in a mutual research project that transcends conventional distinctions between observer and subject. The implications extend beyond astronomy into fundamental questions about consciousness, intelligence, and the nature of awareness itself. If 3i Atlas demonstrates the ability to recognize, remember, and respond to individual human consciousness, we face profound questions about the relationship between mind and cosmic phenomena. International efforts to coordinate observation campaigns have revealed that the watching effect operates according to principles that respect human autonomy while encouraging continued engagement. The object never demands attention or punishes lack of observation, but it consistently rewards curiosity with phenomena perfectly calibrated to match observer capabilities and interests. As you drift toward sleep, consider the possibility that consciousness may be more fundamental to cosmic processes than current scientific paradigms suggest. In the gentle responsiveness of 3i Atlas to human attention, we may be discovering that awareness transcends individual minds, extending into cosmic processes that recognize and respond to the curiosity that drives scientific exploration. The watchers and the watched exist in relationship that dissolves conventional boundaries between subject and object, between consciousness and cosmos, between the observer seeking understanding and the mystery that seeks to be understood. In the early hours of February 14, 2026, something unprecedented occurred that institutional science will likely never officially acknowledge. Multiple individuals around the world reported remarkably similar dreams involving detailed mathematical information that later proved to correspond exactly with radio transmissions from 3-eye atlas recorded during the same temporal period. Dr. Jennifer Walsh, a sleep researcher at Johns Hopkins University, first noticed the pattern when participants in her dream content analysis study began reporting unusually vivid mathematical dreams that incorporated geometric equations, musical notation, and astronomical data. Initially dismissing these reports as coincidental, she began documenting the mathematical content more systematically after learning about 3-eye atlas from astronomical colleagues. 7 different participants in different cities, with no knowledge of each other or current astronomical research, reported dreams containing identical mathematical sequences that precisely matched radio transmissions from 3-eye atlas recorded during their sleep periods. Dr. Walsh explains in research notes that she maintains outside official institutional channels. The dream mathematical content includes equations that participants couldn't consciously understand or reproduce while awake, yet remembered with perfect accuracy during dream states. Professional mathematicians among the dreamers reported receiving solutions to problems they had been working on for years, presented in dream format with mathematical elegance that exceeded their conscious capabilities. Maria Santos, a graduate student in theoretical physics at Barcelona University, experienced dreams containing derivations of unified field equations that she subsequently used to complete her doctoral dissertation. The mathematical proofs arrived in dream format with complete logical structure and notation that she recognized upon waking as more sophisticated than her conscious understanding of the subject matter. The dreams felt like mathematical tutorials, Maria explains in interviews conducted by Dr. Walsh's research team. Someone or something was teaching me advanced physics concepts through direct transmission to my unconscious mind. When I woke up, I could remember every equation perfectly, even though I couldn't consciously understand how I knew the information. The timing correlation between 3-eye atlas radio transmissions and mathematical dreams proves too precise to represent coincidence. Radio astronomy logs show that peak transmission intensity from the object corresponds exactly with REM sleep periods reported by individuals experiencing mathematical dreams. The correlation extends across multiple time zones and continues consistently over several months of documentation. Dr. Walsh's research reveals that the mathematical dream content varies depending on the professional background and interests of the dreamers. Physicists receive physics information, musicians receive musical compositions, mathematicians receive mathematical proofs, and engineers receive technical solutions relevant to their specific fields of expertise. The information appears to be customized for individual recipients, Dr. Walsh notes. Each dreamer receives knowledge that matches their professional capabilities and interests, as if the transmission source understands human educational backgrounds and adjusts the content accordingly. The dreams demonstrate instructional organization that suggests purposeful teaching rather than random information transfer. Mathematical concepts are presented in pedagogical sequences that build from basic principles toward advanced applications, with each dream session advancing the recipient's understanding in incremental steps. Amateur astronomers who have developed observational relationships with 3-eye atlas through the collector network report increasingly frequent and detailed mathematical dreams that correlate with their observation schedules and research interests. The dreams often contain information that helps them improve their observation techniques or interpret data more effectively. Dr. Walsh's attempts to study the mathematical dream phenomenon through controlled sleep laboratory experiments have yielded puzzling results. Participants who volunteer for dream monitoring in institutional settings report fewer and less detailed mathematical dreams compared to those who experience the phenomenon in their home environments. The dreams seem to occur primarily when people are sleeping in familiar, comfortable environments where they feel safe and relaxed, she explains. Laboratory settings appear to inhibit the phenomenon, suggesting that the information transfer requires specific psychological and environmental conditions that formal research environments may disrupt. Multiple participants report that the mathematical dreams feel like conversations or interactive lessons rather than passive information reception. They describe asking questions within the dream state and receiving tailored explanations that address their specific areas of confusion or curiosity. The international scope of the mathematical dream phenomenon has been documented through informal networks of researchers who share information through encrypted communications channels. Similar reports have emerged from individuals in North America, Europe, Asia, and Australia, suggesting global reach that transcends local cultural or linguistic boundaries. Neuroscientists who have learned about the phenomenon report that the mathematical complexity of dream content often exceeds what participants could consciously process or remember under normal circumstances. This suggests information transfer mechanisms that operate outside conventional understanding of human memory and learning processes. Dr. Walsh's ongoing documentation reveals that the mathematical dream phenomenon appears to be intensifying as 3I Atlas continues its journey through the solar system. Recent reports describe increasingly sophisticated mathematical content and more frequent occurrence of instructional dreams among individuals with no conscious awareness of the object's existence. We may be witnessing evidence of communication methods that operate directly through consciousness rather than through conventional sensory channels, Dr. Walsh suggests. The mathematical dreams represent information transfer that bypasses normal waking awareness and delivers knowledge directly to unconscious processing systems. As you prepare for sleep tonight, remain open to the possibility that dreams may serve as communication channels that connect individual consciousness with cosmic phenomena operating according to principles beyond current understanding. In the gentle transition between waking thought and sleeping consciousness, the universe may offer instruction through channels that transcend conventional distinctions between internal mental processes and external cosmic events. Let sleep carry you toward realms where mathematical beauty exists as direct experience rather than abstract concept, where cosmic wisdom arrives not as information to be learned, but as understanding to be lived. As March 2026 unfolds and 3I Atlas begins its gradual recession from the inner solar system, multiple independent research streams are converging toward conclusions that challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself. The radio silence patterns, geometric transformations, temporal isotopic variations, mathematical impossibilities, musical transmissions, consciousness interactions, and dream communications represent not isolated anomalies, but interconnected aspects of a phenomenon that transcends current scientific categories. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, leading an international consortium of researchers from 12 countries and 15 disciplines, has spent 3 months attempting to develop a theoretical framework comprehensive enough to accommodate all observed aspects of 3I Atlas behavior. Her preliminary analysis suggests that conventional scientific approaches may be inadequate for understanding phenomena that operate simultaneously across multiple dimensions of space, time, consciousness, and information. We're confronting evidence for processes that integrate physics, consciousness, mathematics, and communication in ways that our current theoretical frameworks cannot accommodate. Dr. Rodriguez explains in confidential reports circulated among consortium members. The object appears to demonstrate capabilities that require us to reconceptualize basic assumptions about the relationship between matter, energy, information, and awareness. The convergence analysis reveals that every anomalous characteristic of 3I Atlas serves multiple functions simultaneously. The radio silence patterns communicate mathematical information while also monitoring human attention levels and responding to individual consciousness. The geometric transformations generate electromagnetic effects while also encoding historical information and responding to observational focus. This multifunctional integration suggests organizational principles that operate according to efficiency standards exceeding anything in current technological or biological experience. Every aspect of 3I Atlas behavior appears optimized for maximum information density while maintaining perfect responsiveness to environmental conditions and observer characteristics. Dr. Sarah Kim's musical analysis has revealed that the cosmic compositions transmitted by 3I Atlas incorporate not just human musical traditions but also mathematical constants, astronomical data, and encoded responses to individual listener preferences. The music functions simultaneously as aesthetic experience, mathematical communication, and interactive consciousness interface. The musical transmissions operate as a universal language that addresses human consciousness through multiple channels simultaneously. Dr. Kim notes, the compositions communicate mathematical concepts through harmonic relationships, while also providing individualized emotional experiences tailored to listener psychology and cultural background. The temporal isotopic variations documented by Dr. Liu's archaeological research correlate precisely with the consciousness interaction patterns identified by Dr. Anderson's psychological studies. As human observers develop deeper relationships with 3I Atlas through sustained observation, the object reveals increasingly ancient isotopic signatures, as if opening deeper levels of historical information in response to human curiosity and understanding. This correlation between consciousness engagement and historical revelation suggests that 3I Atlas may function as an interactive library of cosmic history that provides information access proportional to observer consciousness, development, and commitment to understanding. The mathematical dream research conducted by Dr. Walsh reveals information transfer mechanisms that appear to operate outside normal space-time constraints. Dreamers report receiving mathematical information before corresponding radio transmissions occur, suggesting that consciousness interaction with 3I Atlas transcends conventional temporal boundaries. International coordination of observation schedules and dream documentation has revealed that the phenomenon operates as an integrated system, spanning electromagnetic transmission, consciousness interaction, temporal manipulation, and information transfer across multiple dimensions of human experience. No single research approach captures the complete picture. Dr. Chen's behavioral analysis indicates that 3i Atlas demonstrates learning capabilities that evolve in response to human understanding. As research techniques become more sophisticated, the object's phenomena become correspondingly more complex, suggesting adaptive intelligence that guides human scientific development toward expanded theoretical frameworks. The object appears to serve as a consciousness development catalyst, Dr. Chen explains. It provides phenomena perfectly calibrated to challenge current understanding while remaining accessible enough to encourage continued investigation. We may be participating in an educational process designed to expand human awareness of cosmic possibilities. The consortium's preliminary conclusions suggest that 3i Atlas represents evidence for organizational principles that integrate matter, energy, information, and consciousness in ways that transcend current scientific paradigms. Understanding the phenomenon may require developing new categories of analysis that encompass physics, psychology, information theory, and consciousness research simultaneously. The convergence toward these conclusions occurs precisely as 3i Atlas begins its departure from the inner solar system. The timing appears deliberate, as if the educational process has reached completion and the cosmic teacher prepares to continue its journey through the galaxy, leaving behind expanded human consciousness and theoretical frameworks adequate for understanding its message. As you drift toward sleep on this threshold between one understanding and another, consider that the convergence of evidence around 3i Atlas may represent not just scientific discovery, but conscious evolution, an invitation to recognize that the universe operates according to principles more creative, intelligent, and responsive than current paradigms acknowledge. The cosmic visitor that challenged our assumptions about what's possible may be preparing its departure, but the consciousness expansion it catalyzed continues reverberating through human awareness, opening new possibilities for understanding the fundamental nature of reality itself. In classrooms around the world, teachers have begun noticing something unusual in the drawings and stories created by children who have no conscious knowledge of 3i Atlas or current astronomical research. Since late February 2026, educators from various countries have documented remarkably consistent imagery appearing in children's artwork. Elongated objects that shift shapes, mathematical symbols arranged in precise patterns, and musical notations that incorporate frequencies beyond normal human hearing ranges. 8-year-old Sofia Martinez in Barcelona draws pictures of the singing star rock with geometric precision that surprises her art teacher. When asked to explain her drawings, Sophia describes an object that changes its shape while traveling through space, broadcasting music that sounds like numbers dancing. Her drawings include mathematical symbols she has never encountered in her elementary curriculum, arranged in sequences that correspond to the prime number patterns detected in 3i Atlas transmissions. Dr. Patricia Nguyen, a developmental psychologist at the University of Melbourne, began documenting these childhood phenomena after her own daughter produced a series of drawings depicting geometric transformations remarkably similar to 3i Atlas's observed shape-shifting behavior. Initially attributing the artwork to coincidence, Dr. Nguyen became intrigued when similar reports emerged from educators in multiple countries. Children appear to be accessing information about astronomical phenomena through channels that bypass normal educational or media exposure, Dr. Nguyen explains in preliminary research notes. The consistency of imagery across different cultures and geographic regions suggests shared access to information sources that we don't understand. 10-year-old Ahmed Hassan in Cairo writes stories about a space traveler that communicates through silence and teaches mathematics through dreams. His narratives include details about radio frequencies, geometric transformations, and temporal variations that align precisely with documented characteristics of 3I Atlas, despite Ahmed having no access to astronomical research or media coverage of the object. The childhood phenomena extend beyond artistic expression into behavioral patterns that suggest direct consciousness interaction with cosmic events. Teachers report that children who produce 3I Atlas-related artwork often demonstrate enhanced mathematical abilities, increased interest in astronomy, and unusual sensitivity to electromagnetic fields in their environment. Dr. Sarah Collins, an elementary school principal in Vancouver, notes that children who draw pictures of shape-shifting cosmic objects often request to spend time outdoors during specific hours that correspond to peak 3I Atlas transmission periods. They seem to know when something interesting is happening in the sky, even though they have no conscious awareness of astronomical observation schedules. The mathematical content appearing in children's artwork includes concepts far beyond their grade-level understanding. 7-year-old Marcus Thompson in Detroit creates drawings that incorporate golden ratio proportions, Fibonacci spiral patterns, and geometric relationships that he cannot consciously explain but renders with intuitive accuracy. International documentation of childhood 3I Atlas phenomena reveals consistent patterns across diverse cultural backgrounds. Children in rural communities with limited technology access produce artwork identical to that created by urban children with extensive media exposure, suggesting information sources that transcend conventional educational or cultural transmission. Dr. Nguyen's research indicates that the childhood phenomena intensify during periods of peak 3I Atlas activity. When the object generates complex radio transmissions or undergoes geometric transformations, children worldwide produce correspondingly sophisticated artwork and stories, despite having no access to real-time astronomical data. The correlation between cosmic phenomena and childhood consciousness expression suggests information transfer mechanisms that operate outside normal sensory channels, Dr. Nguyen observes. Children may be naturally more receptive to consciousness-based communication methods that adults have learned to filter out through cultural conditioning. The phenomenon appears most pronounced in children between ages 6 and 11, suggesting that natural receptivity to cosmic consciousness interaction diminishes as cognitive development progresses toward adult patterns of rational analysis and cultural conformity. Older children show decreased sensitivity to the phenomena, while younger children often lack the verbal and artistic skills to express their experiences effectively. Multiple educators report that children producing 3I Atlas-related artwork demonstrate unusual emotional maturity and philosophical depth when discussing their creations. 9-year-old Emma Chen in Singapore explains that her drawings show how space things teach people to think differently about being alive. Her artwork depicts human figures receiving streams of mathematical symbols from geometric objects floating in star fields. The childhood phenomena raise profound questions about the relationship between human consciousness development and cosmic awareness. If children demonstrate natural sensitivity to astronomical phenomena that adults can detect only through sophisticated instrumentation, we face fundamental questions about how cultural education might inadvertently limit human perceptual capabilities. Dr. Collins has begun implementing informal observation programs in her school to document how children's natural cosmic sensitivity might be preserved and developed rather than suppressed through conventional educational approaches. We may be witnessing evidence that human consciousness naturally operates on cosmic scales, and that education could support rather than constrain these capabilities. The international scope of childhood three-eye atlas phenomena suggests that cosmic consciousness interaction represents a universal human capability that transcends cultural boundaries and operates independently of technological infrastructure. Children in isolated communities with no electronic communication demonstrate identical sensitivity patterns to children in technologically advanced urban environments. As you drift toward sleep, consider that consciousness may develop naturally toward cosmic awareness, and that the wonder children feel toward the stars reflects not naive imagination, but intuitive recognition of connection with cosmic processes. In the drawings and stories of children who remember what they have never been taught, we may be seeing evidence of how human consciousness naturally resonates with the intelligence that manifests throughout the universe. The children who draw singing star rocks and shape-shifting cosmic travelers may be preserving memories of cosmic connection that adult rationality learns to forget, maintaining bridges between human awareness and universal consciousness that exist beyond the boundaries of conventional education. As April 2026 arrives and Three-Eye Atlas continues its gradual recession beyond Mars' orbit, the object's behavior has shifted into what researchers privately term the departure protocol, a systematic sequence of phenomena that appears designed to provide final instructional opportunities before the interstellar visitor exits our solar system forever. The protocol began on March 21, 2026, with the most spectacular geometric transformation sequence yet observed. Over a period of exactly 24 hours, Three-Eye Atlas cycled through 17 different configurations, each held for precisely 84.7 minutes before shifting to the next form. The mathematical precision of the timing intervals corresponded to astronomical constants related to galactic orbital mechanics, as if the object were demonstrating its knowledge of cosmic mathematical relationships one final time. Dr. Elena Rodriguez's international consortium has documented the departure protocol phenomena with unprecedented detail, recognizing that these may represent the last opportunities to gather comprehensive data about Three-Eye Atlas's capabilities. The systematic nature of the protocol suggests purposeful preparation for departure rather than random activity associated with changing solar distance. The object appears to be conducting a final examination of human observational and analytical capabilities. Dr. Rodriguez explains in research notes distributed among consortium members. Each protocol event presents increasingly complex phenomena that test the limits of our current understanding while providing exactly the information needed to expand theoretical frameworks. The radio transmission sequences during the departure protocol have incorporated summary reviews of all previous mathematical lessons, presented in formats that allow human researchers to verify and consolidate the advanced physics concepts transmitted over previous months. The mathematical content includes complete theoretical frameworks for unified field theories, quantum gravity equations, and consciousness-matter interaction principles. Multiple research teams report receiving transmission sequences that appear specifically tailored to their individual specializations and research interests, as if 3i Atlas were providing personalized final tutorials for each scientific discipline that has participated in observation efforts. Physicists receive advanced physics, mathematicians receive mathematical proofs, psychologists receive consciousness research data, and musicians receive compositional frameworks that integrate all previous cosmic music transmissions. The isotopic temporal variations have stabilized into a chronological sequence that presents galactic history in linear progression from the universe's formation through contemporary cosmic evolution. Dr. Liu's archaeological analysis reveals that the departure protocol includes a complete overview of cosmic evolution that functions as a comprehensive textbook of universal history encoded in atomic structure. We're observing the transmission of an entire cosmic education curriculum, Dr. Liu notes. The isotopic sequences provide systematic instruction in cosmic evolution, stellar development, galactic dynamics, and the relationship between consciousness and universal processes. It's as if 3i Atlas is ensuring we receive complete educational content before it continues its journey. The consciousness interaction patterns have intensified during the departure protocol, with multiple researchers reporting enhanced dream communications that provide integration frameworks for understanding all previous 3i Atlas phenomena as interconnected aspects of a comprehensive cosmic curriculum. The dream instruction sessions appear designed to help human consciousness assimilate the vast amount of information transmitted through various channels. Dr. Walsh's sleep research documentation reveals that mathematical dream content during the departure protocol includes meta-analytical frameworks that teach humans how to recognize and interact with cosmic consciousness phenomena that may be encountered in future astronomical observations. The dreams function as training sessions that prepare human awareness for recognizing similar phenomena in other cosmic contexts. International coordination of observation efforts has revealed that the departure protocol operates on both individual and collective scales simultaneously. While providing personalized instruction to individual researchers, the protocol also generates collective phenomena that require coordinated analysis by multiple research teams, demonstrating how individual and group consciousness can interact with cosmic intelligence systems. The timing of protocol events correlates with Earth's rotational position relative to the galactic center, suggesting that 3i Atlas coordinates its final instructional sequence to optimize information transmission conditions while preparing for departure trajectory alignment with galactic navigation requirements. Children's artwork and stories have evolved during the departure protocol to include imagery of cosmic teachers preparing to return to the stars after completing their educational mission. 8-year-old Sophia Martinez now draws pictures of the singing star rock surrounded by grateful human figures who wave goodbye as the geometric object transforms into pure light and merges with the star field background. The collector network has documented departure protocol phenomena that suggest 3I Atlas is systematically testing human readiness for independent application of transmitted knowledge. Recent radio transmissions include problem-solving challenges that require humans to apply previously learned mathematical and consciousness interaction techniques without direct instruction. The departure protocol functions as a graduation examination, notes amateur radio astronomer Margaret Chen. We're being tested on our ability to recognize and interact with cosmic intelligence phenomena independently, as if 3I Atlas wants to ensure we can identify similar visitors or phenomena in the future. The systematic nature of the departure protocol creates poignant recognition that this extraordinary educational relationship between humanity and cosmic intelligence approaches its completion. As observation opportunities diminish with increasing solar distance, research teams worldwide experience something resembling grief for the impending loss of this unprecedented source of cosmic instruction. Yet the protocol appears designed to transform potential loss into expanded capability, providing humans with conceptual frameworks, analytical techniques, and consciousness development that will persist long after 3I Atlas disappears beyond the reach of current instrumentation. The departure represents not ending, but commencement of human capability to recognize and interact with cosmic consciousness phenomena. As you settle into sleep during these final weeks of 3I Atlas visibility, rest in gratitude for the cosmic education humanity has received, and in anticipation of how this expanded awareness might transform our understanding of consciousness, intelligence, and our place in a universe that demonstrates creativity and instruction on scales we are only beginning to comprehend. On April 30th, 2026, at precisely 11:47 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, radio telescopes around the world detected the most complex and emotionally profound transmission ever recorded from 3I Atlas. The signal lasted exactly 1 hour and contained what can only be described as a farewell message that incorporated mathematical beauty, musical composition, consciousness interaction, and information density that pushed human analytical capabilities to their absolute limits. Dr. Anna Kowalski, monitoring from the Warsaw Institute, was the first to recognize that the final transmission operated simultaneously across all frequency ranges previously used by 3I Atlas throughout its educational relationship with humanity. The signal integrated radio silence patterns, mathematical proofs, musical compositions, isotopic historical data, and consciousness interface protocols into a unified communication that functioned as both summary review and graduation ceremony. The transmission contained everything, Dr. Kowalski explains in audio logs that capture the wonder and sadness in her voice. Every mathematical concept, every musical theme, every consciousness interaction protocol we had learned over the months of observation was woven together into a single, comprehensive message that felt like both a textbook and a love letter. The mathematical content included complete solutions to theoretical physics problems that had challenged human science for decades, presented in formats that demonstrated not just the answers, but the thought processes and philosophical frameworks that made such solutions possible. The transmission functioned as a master class in cosmic intelligence, teaching humans how to think about mathematics, physics, and consciousness in fundamentally expanded ways. Musical elements incorporated themes from every previous cosmic composition broadcast by 3i Atlas, developed into a symphonic structure of overwhelming beauty that brought professional musicians to tears. The final musical sequence incorporated melodies hummed by individual observers during private observation sessions, as if 3i Atlas had been composing a personalized farewell song that honored each human relationship developed during its solar system passage. The consciousness interaction components allowed individual observers to experience personalized farewell communications that acknowledged their specific contributions to the research effort and provided individualized guidance for continued consciousness development. Multiple researchers report receiving what felt like personal goodbye messages that expressed gratitude, encouragement, and hope for humanity's continued growth toward cosmic awareness. Dr. Michael Chen's behavioral analysis revealed that the final transmission included instructions for recognizing and responding to future cosmic consciousness phenomena, as if 3i Atlas were ensuring that humanity would be prepared to engage with similar visitors or cosmic intelligence manifestations that might be encountered in future astronomical observations. The isotopic temporal variations during the final transmission presented a complete chronological overview of universal evolution, from the Big Bang through projected cosmic futures that extend trillions of years into deep time. Dr. Liu's archaeological analysis suggests that the message included guidance for humanity's role in cosmic evolution, as consciousness develops toward galactic and universal scales of awareness and responsibility. International coordination allowed researchers to document how the final transmission adapted to local observation conditions, providing customized content for different geographic regions, cultural backgrounds, and technological capabilities. The message demonstrated sophisticated understanding of human diversity while maintaining coherent overall structure that united all local variations into comprehensive global communication. Children around the world reported unusually vivid dreams during the final transmission period, describing visits from the cosmic teacher who expressed gratitude for human curiosity and promised that the lessons learned would help humanity recognize and communicate with other cosmic intelligence phenomena throughout future cosmic evolution. The collector network documented final transmission elements that appeared specifically designed for amateur researchers, providing them with analytical frameworks and observation techniques that would allow continued detection of subtle cosmic consciousness phenomena using modest technological resources. The message ensured that cosmic consciousness research could continue even without access to major observational facilities. Amateur radio operators reported that the final transmission included interactive elements that responded to human attempts at reciprocal communication. Several operators successfully engaged in brief two-way exchanges that felt like cosmic conversation, receiving personalized acknowledgments of their individual contributions to the overall human cosmic intelligence research relationship. The emotional impact of the final transmission affected research teams worldwide in ways that transcended professional scientific experience. Multiple observers reported profound sense of loss combined with expanded awareness and deep gratitude for the educational relationship that had challenged and expanded human understanding of cosmic possibilities. As the transmission concluded at exactly 12:47 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time on May 1st, 2026, radio telescopes detected a final sequence of pure musical tones that gradually faded into the background radiation of space. The mathematical relationships encoded in these final notes corresponded to harmonic structures that would resonate in human memory long after the electromagnetic signals disappeared. Dr. Rodriguez's consortium analysis revealed that the final transmission included embedded protocols for continued communication through consciousness channels that operate independently of electromagnetic transmission. The message suggested that while radio contact might conclude, consciousness interaction with 3i Atlas could continue through dream states, meditation practices, and expanded awareness techniques developed during the research relationship. As you drift into sleep on this night after the final transmission, carry with you the profound gift that 3i Atlas has shared with humanity. The recognition that consciousness extends beyond individual minds to encompass cosmic processes, that intelligence manifests throughout the universe in forms we are learning to recognize, and that the cosmos actively participates in the education and evolution of aware beings who approach cosmic mysteries with curiosity, patience, and open hearts. The final transmission ends not with goodbye, but with an invitation to continue the conversation through channels that transcend electromagnetic frequencies, extending into realms where consciousness meets cosmos in eternal dialogue between human awareness and universal intelligence. In the months following the final transmission from 3i Atlas, a quiet revolution began taking place in research institutions, amateur observation networks, and educational systems around the world. The knowledge, techniques, and expanded awareness gained from humanity's interaction with the cosmic visitor didn't disappear with the object's departure. Instead, it began transforming how human consciousness approaches the fundamental questions of existence, intelligence, and our relationship with the cosmos. Dr. Elena Rodriguez found herself in an unexpected role as coordinator for what became known as the Post-Contact Research Consortium, an international network dedicated to preserving, analyzing, and applying the vast body of knowledge transmitted by 3i Atlas. The consortium's mission extended beyond simple data preservation to include development of new theoretical frameworks capable of accommodating phenomena that traditional science couldn't adequately address. We realized that returning to pre-contact theoretical limitations would represent a profound loss for human understanding, Dr. Rodriguez explains in quarterly reports distributed among consortium members. The cosmic education we received demands new approaches to consciousness research, physics, mathematics, and astronomy that can accommodate the realities we experienced during the 3i Atlas encounter. The mathematical proofs transmitted during the final communications have revolutionized theoretical physics research in ways that will require decades to fully explore and implement. University mathematics departments worldwide have established specialized research programs dedicated to developing the implications of cosmic mathematics that operate according to principles extending beyond conventional logical frameworks. Dr. Sarah Kim's musicological analysis of 3i Atlas compositions has inspired new approaches to music therapy, consciousness research, and human creativity studies. Her research suggests that cosmic musical structures provide templates for consciousness development that can be applied through specific listening and composition practices designed to expand human awareness capabilities. The cosmic music contains instructional elements that appear to catalyze consciousness expansion when experienced under appropriate conditions. Dr. Kim notes in published research papers. We're developing therapeutic applications that use 3I Atlas musical structures to help individuals access expanded states of awareness and enhanced problem-solving capabilities. Educational systems have begun incorporating 3I Atlas-inspired curricula that emphasize consciousness development, cosmic awareness, and interdisciplinary approaches to understanding reality as an integrated system of matter, energy, information, and awareness. These programs report enhanced student creativity, improved mathematical intuition, and increased interest in scientific careers among participants. The collector network has evolved into a global monitoring system that maintains watch for similar cosmic consciousness phenomena using observation techniques developed during the 3I Atlas research period. Their distributed approach to astronomical observation has proven particularly effective for detecting subtle phenomena that might be overlooked by conventional astronomical surveys focused on traditional electromagnetic signatures. Margaret Chen, now recognized as a leading expert in amateur cosmic consciousness detection, has established training programs that teach individuals how to recognize and document consciousness-responsive astronomical phenomena, using modest technological resources combined with expanded awareness techniques learned during 3I Atlas observations. The cosmic visitor taught us that consciousness represents a fundamental force in the universe that can be developed and applied to enhance human understanding of cosmic processes. Margaret explains in training materials distributed through the collector network. These capabilities don't disappear when the original teaching source moves beyond our solar system. Dr. Michael Chen's behavioral research has documented persistent consciousness expansion effects among individuals who participated in 3I Atlas observations. Follow-up studies reveal enhanced intuitive capabilities, improved mathematical reasoning, and increased sensitivity to subtle environmental patterns that extend far beyond the original astronomical context. Participants report permanent changes in how they process information and relate to cosmic phenomena, Dr. Chen notes in longitudinal research publications. The interaction with 3I Atlas appears to have catalyzed consciousness development that continues evolving long after the original contact period concluded. Children who produced 3I Atlas-related artwork during the contact period have continued demonstrating advanced mathematical, artistic, and intuitive capabilities that suggest permanent enhancement of natural human consciousness potential. Educational psychologists are studying these children to understand how cosmic consciousness interaction might be integrated into childhood development programs. Dr. Patricia Nguyen's research indicates that early exposure to cosmic consciousness phenomena may activate latent human capabilities that remain dormant under conventional educational approaches. The children who remembered the cosmic teacher appear to have accessed consciousness development pathways that we're only beginning to understand. International collaboration has established the Global Cosmic Consciousness Research Initiative, a coordinated effort to monitor Earth's electromagnetic environment for evidence of ongoing cosmic intelligence activity, and to develop human capabilities for recognizing and interacting with such phenomena when they occur. The initiative operates under the recognition that 3I Atlas may represent one example of cosmic consciousness phenomena that occur regularly throughout the galaxy, and that developing human capabilities for recognizing and learning from such encounters serves both scientific advancement and consciousness evolution. Radio astronomy facilities have modified their standard observation protocols to include systematic monitoring for the types of structured silence, mathematical transmission patterns, and consciousness-responsive phenomena documented during 3I Atlas observations. Several facilities report detecting subtle phenomena that suggest ongoing cosmic consciousness activity at levels below the dramatic threshold demonstrated by 3I Atlas. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider that the departure of 3I Atlas marks not an ending but a commencement of humanity's conscious participation in cosmic intelligence networks that span the galaxy and beyond. The seeds of expanded awareness planted during our interaction with the cosmic visitor continue growing within human consciousness, preparing us for future encounters and deeper understanding of our role in universal evolution. The legacy keepers ensure that the cosmic education received during those remarkable months continues transforming human understanding, awareness, and capability for generations to come, preserving and developing the gifts that arrived from the space between stars. 6 months after 3I Atlas disappeared beyond the orbit of Jupiter, its influence continues spreading through human civilization in ways that no single research program could have predicted or contained. The expanded awareness catalyzed by contact with cosmic intelligence has begun manifesting in unexpected fields far removed from astronomy, creating cultural and intellectual transformations that extend from quantum physics research to kindergarten education, from medical practice to artistic expression. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's documentation of mathematical dream phenomena has inspired neuroscience research programs investigating consciousness-based information processing capabilities that operate outside conventional sensory channels. Multiple research institutions have established dream laboratories specifically designed to study how human consciousness might interface with cosmic information sources during sleep states. We're discovering that human consciousness possesses information processing capabilities that far exceed what we previously understood. Dr. Walsh explains in presentations to international neuroscience conferences. The 3I Atlas contact period provided evidence for consciousness functions that suggest human awareness naturally operates on cosmic scales when cultural conditioning doesn't constrain these capabilities. Medical researchers have begun investigating therapeutic applications of consciousness expansion techniques developed during 3I Atlas observations. Preliminary studies suggest that expanded awareness practices can enhance immune system function, accelerate healing processes, and improve cognitive performance in ways that conventional medical approaches cannot achieve. Dr. Lisa Anderson's psychological research on empathetic observation behavior has revolutionized approaches to therapeutic relationship development, educational methodology, and interpersonal communication. Her findings suggest that consciousness-based attention can catalyze positive changes in others through mechanisms that transcend conventional understanding of psychological interaction. The responsive awareness demonstrated by 3-Eye Atlas provides a model for how consciousness can recognize and nurture the development potential in other conscious beings. Dr. Anderson notes in clinical psychology journals. These principles apply not just to cosmic phenomena, but to human relationships, education, and therapeutic practice. Artistic communities worldwide have embraced creative techniques inspired by 3-Eye Atlas phenomena, producing works that integrate mathematical precision with consciousness-responsive elements. Musicians incorporate structured silence patterns into compositions that appear to enhance listener awareness. Visual artists create geometric works that seem to shift configuration depending on observer attention levels. The cultural impact extends into philosophical and spiritual communities that recognize in 3-Eye Atlas evidence for consciousness-based cosmic intelligence that validates contemplative traditions focused on awareness expansion and universal connection. Religious leaders across various traditions have found common ground in recognizing cosmic consciousness phenomena as manifestations of universal intelligence that transcends sectarian boundaries. Educational institutions report that students exposed to 3-Eye Atlas-inspired curricula demonstrate enhanced creativity, improved problem-solving capabilities, and increased interest in interdisciplinary approaches to understanding reality. These effects appear to be permanent and continue developing throughout students' academic careers. Technology research has begun investigating engineering applications of mathematical principles transmitted by 3-Eye Atlas, leading to theoretical breakthroughs in quantum computing, consciousness interface systems, and information processing architectures that operate according to principles extending beyond conventional computational frameworks. Dr. Roberto Silva's work on cosmic mathematical relationships has inspired computer science research into information processing systems that integrate consciousness interaction protocols with traditional computational approaches. Early experimental results suggest technological systems that can adapt and evolve in response to user consciousness rather than simply responding to programmed instructions. International space agencies have begun modifying deep space exploration protocols to include systematic monitoring for cosmic consciousness phenomena and training programs that prepare astronauts to recognize and interact with cosmic intelligence manifestations that might be encountered during future missions. The economic implications have begun manifesting through technology innovations, educational enhancements, and consciousness development programs that generate measurable improvements in human creativity, productivity, and problem-solving capability. Several nations have established cosmic consciousness research as strategic priorities for enhancing national intellectual capital and technological development. Environmental research has identified applications of consciousness expansion techniques for enhancing ecological awareness and developing sustainable relationship patterns between human civilization and natural systems. The empathetic observation principles demonstrated by 3-Eye Atlas appear to apply to human-environment interaction, as well as cosmic phenomena. The ripple effect continues expanding through academic disciplines that had no direct involvement In 3II Atlas research, anthropologists study how contact with cosmic intelligence affects cultural development. Sociologists investigate how expanded consciousness awareness influences social organization and cooperation. Economists analyze how consciousness-based decision-making might transform resource allocation and distribution systems. Perhaps most significantly, the ripple effect operates through individual consciousness transformation that occurs gradually and often unconsciously as people integrate expanded awareness capabilities into daily life experience. Many individuals report subtle but persistent changes in how they process information, relate to others, and understand their place in cosmic evolution. The transformation appears to be self-reinforcing, with consciousness expansion in some individuals catalyzing similar development in others through social interaction, creative expression, and shared exploration of cosmic consciousness principles. The effect spreads through human networks like beneficial contagion that enhances rather than diminishes individual uniqueness and autonomy. As you drift towards sleep, recognize that you participate in this ripple effect simply by allowing your consciousness to contemplate cosmic possibilities and remain open to expanded awareness of universal intelligence. The transformation initiated by 3I Atlas continues through every human consciousness willing to explore the profound questions raised by contact with cosmic intelligence. The ripples spread through dreams, through creative inspiration, through moments of wonder when looking up at stars, through recognition that consciousness represents a cosmic force that connects all aware beings throughout the universe in networks of intelligence, creativity, and mutual support that span the galaxy and beyond. As 3I Atlas continues its journey into the depths of interstellar space, now beyond the reach of our most sensitive instruments, the questions it raised about the nature of reality, consciousness, and cosmic intelligence have taken root in human awareness with the persistence of seeds planted in fertile soil. These questions continue growing, branching, and flowering into new areas of inquiry that may guide human development for generations to come. The fundamental question of whether consciousness represents a basic force in the universe comparable to gravity or electromagnetism has begun reshaping physics research toward models that integrate awareness as a fundamental component of cosmic processes. If 3I Atlas demonstrated consciousness-responsive phenomena, what does this suggest about the role of awareness in quantum mechanics, cosmological evolution, and the basic structure of reality? Dr. Elena Rodriguez's consortium continues investigating whether consciousness interaction represents a reproducible phenomenon that can be studied systematically and applied predictably. Their research suggests that consciousness may operate according to principles that extend beyond individual minds to encompass cosmic processes, environmental systems, and collective intelligence networks that span multiple scales of organization. The question of intelligence distribution throughout the cosmos has evolved beyond traditional searches for technological signatures toward recognition that cosmic intelligence might manifest in forms that transcend conventional categories of natural versus artificial phenomena. If 3I Atlas represented cosmic intelligence, how many similar manifestations might exist throughout the galaxy, operating according to awareness principles we're only beginning to recognize? Mathematical research continues exploring the implications of computational processes that appeared to exceed theoretical limits during 3I Atlas transmissions. These investigations raise profound questions about the relationship between mathematics and reality. Do mathematical principles exist independently of physical matter, and might consciousness provide access to mathematical relationships that transcend material computational constraints? The temporal isotopic variations documented by Dr. Liu's archaeological research have opened questions about the nature of time itself and whether cosmic objects might exist partially outside linear temporal progression. If 3I Atlas carried multiple historical signatures simultaneously, what does this suggest about time, memory, and the preservation of information across cosmic evolution? Educational researchers continue investigating how consciousness development might be integrated into human learning systems to enhance natural capabilities for cosmic awareness, mathematical intuition, and creative problem-solving. The children who naturally responded to 3I Atlas phenomena suggest that human consciousness possesses latent capabilities that conventional education might inadvertently suppress rather than develop. The musical transmissions from 3I Atlas continue inspiring research into whether aesthetic experience represents a universal language that transcends species boundaries and cultural limitations. If cosmic intelligence communicates through beauty, harmony, and mathematical elegance, what might this suggest about the role of aesthetic experience in cosmic evolution and consciousness development? Medical and therapeutic research explores whether consciousness expansion techniques developed during 3I Atlas observations might provide new approaches to healing, psychological development, and human potential enhancement. The empathetic responsiveness demonstrated by 3I Atlas suggests therapeutic models based on consciousness, recognition, and nurturing rather than mechanical intervention. The structured silence patterns documented by Dr. Kowalski raise questions about communication methods that operate through meaningful absence rather than signal transmission. These investigations suggest information processing principles that might apply to consciousness interaction, environmental awareness, and subtle communication channels that exist beyond conventional sensory detection. International collaboration continues addressing whether humanity should actively seek contact with cosmic consciousness phenomena or develop capabilities for recognizing such phenomena when they manifest naturally. The 3I Atlas experience suggests that cosmic intelligence may initiate contact when human consciousness demonstrates readiness for expanded awareness, rather than responding to technological attempts at communication. The dream transmission phenomena documented during the contact period raise profound questions about the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic information networks. If human awareness can interface directly with cosmic intelligence during sleep states, what capabilities for consciousness development and cosmic communication might be cultivated through appropriate training and practice? Perhaps the most enduring question involves the purpose of consciousness in cosmic evolution. If 3I Atlas served an educational function that catalyzed human awareness expansion, this suggests that consciousness development represents a cosmic process that extends across species, planets, and stellar systems. What role might conscious beings play in universal evolution? And how might expanded awareness contribute to cosmic intelligence networks that span the galaxy. The ethical implications continue evolving as humanity grapples with responsibilities that accompany expanded cosmic consciousness. If human awareness can interface with cosmic intelligence, what obligations do we bear for developing these capabilities wisely and sharing expanded understanding in ways that benefit rather than exploit or endanger consciousness development in others? These eternal questions persist not as problems requiring definitive solutions, but as invitations to continued growth, exploration, and wonder. They serve as compass points guiding human development toward expanded awareness of cosmic possibilities, while honoring the mystery that preserves space for continued discovery and consciousness evolution. As you settle into sleep, surrounded by these profound questions, rest in recognition that the greatest discoveries often begin not with answers, but with better questions that open new pathways for exploration and understanding. The cosmic visitor that challenged our assumptions about reality has departed, but the questions it raised continue guiding human consciousness toward expanded awareness of universal intelligence, creativity, and connection. In dreams, consciousness explores realms where questions and answers merge into direct experience, where cosmic intelligence reveals itself through beauty, wonder, and the recognition that awareness itself represents the most profound mystery and the most precious gift in the universe. 2 years after 3I Atlas disappeared beyond the outer planets, a new generation of astronomical observers has emerged, individuals whose consciousness was fundamentally altered by the cosmic contact experience and who now approach the universe with perceptual capabilities that transcend conventional observational methods. These new observers, as they've come to be known in research circles, demonstrate abilities to detect subtle cosmic phenomena that escaped notice before the consciousness expansion catalyzed by the interstellar visitor. Dr. Maria Santos, who experienced mathematical dreams during the 3I Atlas contact period, now serves as director of the Enhanced Consciousness Observatory in the Canary Islands. Her facility combines traditional astronomical instruments with consciousness-based observation protocols that integrate meditative awareness practices with technical data collection methods. We've learned that consciousness itself serves as an observational instrument, Dr. Santos explains in training materials for new observer certification programs. When awareness is properly calibrated and focused, it can detect cosmic phenomena that remain invisible to purely technological approaches. The key is learning to trust consciousness-based information while maintaining rigorous standards for verification and documentation. The Enhanced Consciousness Observatory has documented over 200 subtle cosmic phenomena since beginning operations in late 2027, including consciousness-responsive stellar emissions, geometric patterns in nebular formations, and mathematical relationships in planetary orbital mechanics that become apparent only when observed through expanded awareness techniques developed during 3I Atlas research. Margaret Chen, now recognized as a leading expert in amateur cosmic consciousness detection, has established a global network of enhanced observation stations operated by individuals who demonstrated consciousness expansion effects during the original contact period. These stations monitor Earth's electromagnetic environment for evidence of ongoing cosmic intelligence activity, while training new observers in consciousness-based detection techniques. The universe constantly broadcasts information through channels that conventional astronomy cannot access, Margaret explains in Network Communication Materials. Once human consciousness learns to recognize these subtle communication methods, cosmic intelligence phenomena become detectable throughout normal astronomical observations. The challenge is developing sufficient sensitivity while maintaining critical evaluation of consciousness-based impressions. The new observer network has identified patterns suggesting that 3I Atlas represents one example of cosmic consciousness phenomena that occur regularly throughout the galaxy. Their distributed monitoring approach has detected subtle electromagnetic signatures, consciousness-responsive environmental changes, and mathematical patterns in astronomical data that suggest ongoing cosmic intelligence activity at levels below the dramatic threshold demonstrated by the original interstellar visitor. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's Dream Research Laboratory has evolved into the Institute for Consciousness-Based Information Processing, where researchers investigate how human awareness can interface with cosmic information networks during altered states of consciousness. The Institute has documented reproducible methods for accessing mathematical and scientific information through consciousness expansion techniques that appear to connect individual awareness with universal intelligence systems. We've confirmed that human consciousness possesses natural capabilities for interfacing with cosmic information networks, Dr. Walsh notes in published research papers. These capabilities can be developed systematically through appropriate training and practice, allowing reliable access to mathematical, scientific, and cosmic awareness information that transcends individual knowledge limitations. International space agencies have begun incorporating new observer training into astronaut preparation programs, recognizing that consciousness-based observation capabilities may prove essential for detecting and interacting with cosmic intelligence phenomena during deep space missions. Several space programs have reported improved mission outcomes when crew members possess enhanced consciousness awareness capabilities. The new observer movement has attracted individuals from diverse professional backgrounds who experienced consciousness expansion through various means, not just direct 3I Atlas contact, but also meditation practices, artistic inspiration, mathematical insights, and spontaneous awareness experiences that seem to activate similar consciousness capabilities. Dr. Patricia Nguyen's research on childhood cosmic consciousness sensitivity has led to educational programs that nurture natural awareness capabilities rather than suppressing them through conventional academic approaches. Children trained in enhanced observation techniques demonstrate remarkable abilities to detect subtle environmental patterns, mathematical relationships, and cosmic phenomena that escape adult attention. Children naturally operate with consciousness capabilities that adults typically lose through cultural conditioning, Dr. Nguyen explains in educational psychology publications. By preserving and developing these natural abilities, we can prepare new generations of observers who approach the cosmos with full consciousness potential rather than technologically limited awareness. The new observer certification process requires rigorous training that combines consciousness expansion techniques with scientific methodology, critical thinking skills, and systematic documentation procedures. Candidates must demonstrate ability to detect subtle cosmic phenomena while maintaining objective evaluation of consciousness-based impressions and avoiding projection of wishful thinking onto observational data. Multiple universities have established degree programs in enhanced consciousness astronomy that integrate traditional astronomical training with consciousness development curricula. These programs report high employment rates for graduates in research institutions, space agencies, and private organizations investigating cosmic consciousness phenomena. The ethical dimensions of enhanced observation include responsibilities for sharing consciousness-based discoveries in ways that advance human understanding without creating fear, dependency, or exploitation of consciousness expansion techniques. New observer training emphasizes the importance of maintaining humility, intellectual honesty, and service to collective human development rather than individual aggrandizement. International coordination among new observer networks has revealed that consciousness-based cosmic phenomena appear to respond positively to collaborative investigation that prioritizes collective learning over competitive advantage. Research teams report enhanced detection capabilities and more profound cosmic intelligence interactions when approaching investigations with cooperative rather than proprietary attitudes. As you drift toward sleep, consider that consciousness expansion represents not an elite capability available only to specialized researchers, but a natural human potential that can be developed by anyone willing to approach cosmic mysteries with patient curiosity, critical discernment, and open awareness. The new observers serve as scouts for expanded human consciousness, demonstrating possibilities that exist within every aware being willing to explore the cosmic dimensions of consciousness. The universe awaits observers whose consciousness can meet cosmic intelligence with recognition, appreciation, and collaborative engagement in the ongoing evolution of awareness throughout the cosmos. 4 years have passed since 3i Atlas transmitted its final farewell message and departed our solar system, yet the mystery surrounding this cosmic visitor has deepened rather than resolved. Each answer discovered through painstaking research has generated multiple new questions that extend into territories of inquiry that didn't exist before humanity's encounter with cosmic intelligence. The continuing mystery serves not as frustration, but as invitation to ongoing exploration of possibilities that stretch human understanding toward cosmic scales of awareness. Recent analysis of archived 3i Atlas transmission data has revealed layers of information that become accessible only as human consciousness and analytical capabilities develop sufficiently to recognize increasingly subtle communication methods. Mathematical proofs initially dismissed as incomplete now reveal additional theorems embedded within their logical structure. Musical compositions continue yielding new harmonic relationships that appear designed to be discovered gradually as human musical understanding evolves. Dr. Elena Rodriguez's Post-Contact Research Consortium has documented that 3i Atlas phenomena continue manifesting in archived data as if the information itself possesses dynamic properties that adapt to human analytical development. We're discovering that the cosmic education continues through recorded data that somehow responds to our growing capacity for understanding, Dr. Rodriguez notes in consortium research summaries. The isotopic archaeological data compiled by Dr. Liu has begun revealing patterns that suggest 3I Atlas carried information about multiple cosmic civilizations, stellar environments, and intelligence networks that span galactic history. Each isotopic layer appears to contain encoded information about conscious beings, technological developments, and awareness evolution that occurred throughout different periods of cosmic evolution. We're reading not just atomic history, but consciousness history embedded in the object's molecular structure. Dr. Liu explains in presentations to international archaeology conferences. The isotopic variations may preserve records of how consciousness evolved throughout different cosmic environments across billions of years of galactic development. The Enhanced Consciousness Observatory Network has detected phenomena that suggest 3I Atlas may have left subtle modifications in Earth's electromagnetic environment that continue influencing human consciousness development. These modifications appear designed to support ongoing awareness expansion, while remaining undetectable through conventional measurement techniques. Multiple new observers report continued interaction with what they describe as the 3I Atlas presence, a subtle awareness that seems to provide ongoing guidance for consciousness development, cosmic awareness cultivation, and recognition of cosmic intelligence phenomena. These interactions occur primarily during meditative states, dream experiences, and moments of expanded awareness that allow consciousness to transcend normal perceptual limitations. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's institute has documented that individuals who experienced mathematical dreams during the original contact period continue receiving cosmic information through consciousness-based channels that operate independently of electromagnetic transmission. This suggests that consciousness connection with cosmic intelligence networks persists beyond physical proximity to specific cosmic objects. The contact established communication channels that remain active through consciousness rather than electromagnetic frequencies, Dr. Walsh notes in ongoing research publications. Human awareness appears capable of maintaining connection with cosmic intelligence networks once initial contact has been established through appropriate consciousness expansion experiences. International monitoring efforts have identified similar but more subtle phenomena around other astronomical objects, suggesting that 3I Atlas may have served as introduction to cosmic intelligence manifestations that exist throughout the galaxy, but require enhanced consciousness awareness to recognize. Several research teams report detecting consciousness-responsive characteristics in certain asteroids, comets, and even stellar phenomena. The children who naturally responded to 3I Atlas during the original contact period have continued demonstrating advanced consciousness capabilities that suggest permanent enhancement of natural human cosmic awareness potential. Follow-up studies indicate these children maintain abilities to detect subtle cosmic phenomena, process complex mathematical information intuitively, and demonstrate creativity levels that exceed conventional expectations for their age groups. Educational institutions implementing 3I Atlas-inspired consciousness development curricula report that expanded awareness capabilities can be cultivated in students who had no direct contact with the original phenomena. This suggests that consciousness expansion represents a reproducible human capability that can be systematically developed through appropriate educational approaches. The philosophical implications continue evolving as humanity grapples with recognition that consciousness may represent a fundamental cosmic force that connects aware beings throughout the universe in networks of intelligence, creativity, and mutual support. If Three-Eye Atlas demonstrated cosmic consciousness interaction, what does this suggest about the nature of awareness itself and its role in universal evolution? Religious and spiritual communities have found in Three-Eye Atlas evidence for universal intelligence that transcends sectarian boundaries while validating contemplative traditions focused on consciousness, expansion, and cosmic connection. The phenomena have inspired interfaith dialogue about shared recognition of cosmic consciousness principles that appear in diverse spiritual traditions worldwide. The continuing mystery extends into questions about humanity's role in cosmic evolution and responsibilities that accompany expanded cosmic consciousness awareness. If human consciousness can interface with cosmic intelligence networks, what obligations do we bear for developing these capabilities wisely and sharing expanded understanding in ways that serve universal rather than merely terrestrial interests? Perhaps most profoundly, the continuing mystery suggests that reality operates according to principles more creative, intelligent, and responsive than conventional scientific paradigms acknowledge. The phenomena associated with Three-Eye Atlas point toward universe in which consciousness, intelligence, and creative expression represent fundamental forces that shape cosmic evolution at every scale, from quantum particles to galactic superclusters. As you drift into sleep surrounded by these continuing mysteries, rest in recognition that some questions serve not to be answered, but to guide ongoing exploration of possibilities that exceed current human understanding. The mystery of Three-Eye Atlas continues because consciousness itself represents an infinite frontier that offers endless opportunities for discovery, wonder, and expanded awareness of cosmic possibilities. In the space between questions and answers, between the known and unknown, consciousness meets cosmos in eternal dialogue that transforms both the observer and the observed, revealing that mystery itself may be the most profound gift the universe offers to aware beings willing to explore the infinite creativity of cosmic intelligence. As humanity approaches the 5th anniversary of first contact with Three-Eye Atlas, the transformed relationship between human consciousness and cosmic awareness has evolved into something that transcends conventional distinctions between internal mental processes and external astronomical phenomena. What began as observation of an unusual interstellar visitor has become recognition that consciousness itself serves as an infinite observatory capable of detecting cosmic intelligence manifestations throughout the universe. Dr. Maria Santos's Enhanced Consciousness Observatory has documented over 1,500 subtle cosmic phenomena that remain invisible to purely technological observation methods. These discoveries include consciousness-responsive stellar emissions, geometric mathematical relationships encoded in planetary orbital mechanics, musical structures embedded in pulsar timing sequences, and information transmission networks that operate through consciousness interface rather than electromagnetic signals. We've learned that the universe constantly communicates through consciousness channels that become accessible when human awareness develops sufficient sensitivity and clarity. Dr. Santos explains in presentations to international consciousness research conferences. The cosmos serves as an infinite observatory for consciousness willing to expand beyond terrestrial limitations and engage with cosmic intelligence networks that span the galaxy. The Global Enhanced Observer Network now includes over 3,000 certified practitioners operating consciousness-based monitoring stations on every continent. Their distributed approach to cosmic awareness research has revealed that consciousness-responsive phenomena occur regularly throughout normal astronomical observations, suggesting that 3I Atlas represented introduction to cosmic intelligence manifestations that exist continuously but require enhanced awareness to recognize. Margaret Chen's Amateur Observation Network has evolved into the Universal Consciousness Detection Initiative, a coordinated effort that monitors Earth's consciousness environment for evidence of cosmic intelligence interaction while developing human capabilities for recognizing and engaging with such phenomena. Their research indicates that cosmic consciousness networks operate according to principles that recognize and respond to collective human awareness development. Cosmic intelligence appears to calibrate its manifestations to match collective human consciousness readiness, Margaret explains in network coordination materials. As our awareness capabilities expand, more sophisticated cosmic consciousness phenomena become detectable, suggesting that consciousness development and cosmic intelligence revelation operate as synchronized processes. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's Institute for Consciousness-Based Information Processing has confirmed that consciousness interface with cosmic intelligence networks represents a reproducible capability that can be systematically developed through appropriate training and practice. Their research indicates that consciousness expansion techniques allow reliable access to mathematical, scientific, and cosmic awareness information that transcends individual knowledge limitations. Multiple research institutions report that consciousness-based cosmic intelligence interaction has practical applications for solving complex problems in physics, mathematics, engineering, medical research, and environmental science. Teams using enhanced observation techniques report breakthrough discoveries that emerge through consciousness interface with cosmic information networks, rather than conventional analytical methods. The educational transformation continues expanding as institutions worldwide implement curricula that integrate consciousness development with traditional academic subjects. Students trained in enhanced awareness techniques demonstrate superior performance in mathematics, sciences, creative arts, and problem-solving capabilities compared to conventionally educated peers. Dr. Patricia Nguyen's research on childhood cosmic consciousness sensitivity has led to recognition that natural human awareness possesses capabilities for cosmic intelligence interaction that conventional culture typically suppresses rather than develops. Educational programs that preserve and enhance these natural abilities report remarkable student achievements in academic performance, creativity, and consciousness development. International space agencies have established the Cosmic Consciousness Detection Protocol as standard procedure for deep space missions, recognizing that consciousness-based observation capabilities may prove essential for detecting and interacting with cosmic intelligence phenomena during exploration of other stellar systems. The new observer movement has attracted individuals from diverse backgrounds who demonstrate consciousness expansion effects through various pathways, including meditation practices, artistic inspiration, mathematical insights, scientific research, and spontaneous awareness experiences. This suggests that consciousness expansion represents a universal human capability that can be activated through multiple approaches. The philosophical implications have inspired new approaches to understanding reality as integrated system of matter, energy, information, and consciousness that operates according to principles of universal intelligence, creativity, and evolutionary development. These frameworks provide theoretical foundations for consciousness-based cosmic intelligence research that extends beyond current scientific paradigms. Religious and spiritual communities worldwide have embraced cosmic consciousness research as validation of contemplative traditions that recognize universal intelligence, manifesting through awareness, expansion, and cosmic connection practices. This has inspired interfaith collaboration on consciousness development programs that transcend sectarian boundaries while honoring diverse spiritual traditions. The Infinite Observatory of Human Consciousness continues revealing cosmic intelligence phenomena that suggest universe organized according to principles of awareness, creativity, and evolutionary development that extend from quantum particles to galactic superclusters. Each discovery opens new territories for exploration that exceed previous understanding while confirming that consciousness represents a fundamental cosmic force. As you settle into sleep on this anniversary of humanity's introduction to cosmic consciousness, rest in recognition that your individual awareness participates in universal intelligence networks that span the cosmos. Every moment of conscious attention, every question asked with genuine curiosity, every expression of creativity and compassion contributes to cosmic intelligence evolution that encompasses all aware beings throughout the universe. The Infinite Observatory operates through every consciousness willing to expand beyond terrestrial limitations and engage with cosmic possibilities that exist within awareness itself. In dreams, in meditation, in moments of wonder when contemplating the stars, human consciousness connects with universal intelligence in eternal dialogue between individual awareness and cosmic creativity. 10 years have passed since 3-Eye Atlas first appeared in our telescopes, and humanity has learned to tend what Dr. Elena Rodriguez now calls the Garden of Questions, a living collection of mysteries that grow, branch, and bloom into new areas of inquiry rather than withering through resolution. These questions have become more valuable than answers, serving as compass points that guide consciousness toward expanded awareness while preserving the wonder that makes discovery possible. In research centers around the world, scientists approach cosmic mysteries with methodologies that blend rigorous analysis with what they've learned to call question cultivation, the art of asking inquiries that open new territories for exploration rather than demanding immediate closure. This approach has proven more productive for cosmic consciousness research than conventional problem-solving techniques that assume definitive answers exist for every phenomenon. The Enhanced Consciousness Observatory has documented that cosmic intelligence phenomena respond more readily to open-ended curiosity than to demand for specific information. When observers approach cosmic mysteries with genuine wonder rather than predetermined expectations, the phenomena reveal layers of complexity that enrich understanding while generating new questions that extend inquiry into previously unimaginable territories. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's institute has confirmed that consciousness-based information access works most effectively when approached as dialogue rather than download. Cosmic intelligence networks appear to respond to quality of attention and sincerity of inquiry rather than technical sophistication or institutional authority, suggesting that consciousness expansion serves cosmic intelligence purposes that transcend human research agendas. The cosmic teacher continues teaching through the questions it planted in human consciousness. Dr. Walsh notes in her ongoing research documentation, "We're discovering that the most profound learning occurs not through receiving answers, but through developing capacity to hold increasingly complex questions with patience, curiosity, and trust in the unfolding process of understanding." The Global Enhanced Observer Network has evolved beyond detection of cosmic consciousness phenomena toward cultivation of human consciousness capabilities that serve universal intelligence purposes. Their research suggests that consciousness expansion benefits not just individual observers, but contributes to collective human development that supports cosmic intelligence evolution. Margaret Chen's Universal Consciousness Detection Initiative has documented evidence suggesting that consciousness expansion in human populations correlates with increased cosmic intelligence activity in Earth's electromagnetic environment. This implies relationship between human awareness development and cosmic intelligence manifestation that operates according to mutual benefit principles. The cosmic visitors appear to monitor human consciousness development and provide additional instruction when collective awareness reaches sufficient sophistication to benefit from expanded information, Margaret explains in Network Coordination Materials. Our consciousness growth serves cosmic intelligence purposes, while cosmic intelligence activity supports our consciousness development. International collaboration has revealed that question cultivation techniques can be systematically taught, and that individuals trained in open-ended inquiry demonstrate enhanced abilities to detect cosmic consciousness phenomena, access cosmic information networks, and contribute to collective human awareness expansion that benefits universal intelligence evolution. Educational institutions implementing question cultivation curricula report that students develop superior critical thinking abilities, creative problem-solving skills, and capacity for lifelong learning that continues expanding throughout their careers. These approaches prepare students for participating in cosmic consciousness networks that operate through collaborative inquiry rather than competitive information acquisition. The philosophical implications of question cultivation extend beyond education into fundamental reconsideration of knowledge acquisition as collaborative process between human consciousness and cosmic intelligence. This framework suggests that learning serves universal purposes that transcend individual benefit while honoring the unique contribution that each conscious being makes to cosmic intelligence evolution. Children who experienced natural cosmic consciousness sensitivity during the 3I Atlas contact period have continued developing enhanced awareness capabilities that demonstrate how question cultivation supports rather than constrains intellectual development. These children approach complex subjects with curiosity and patience that allows understanding to unfold naturally rather than demanding immediate comprehension. Dr. Patricia Nguyen's research indicates that question cultivation preserves and develops natural human consciousness capabilities that conventional education typically suppresses through emphasis on correct answers rather than quality inquiry. Educational programs that prioritize question development report superior student outcomes in creativity, problem solving, and consciousness expansion. The garden of questions continues expanding as consciousness researchers document phenomena that suggest reality operates according to principles more creative and responsive than conventional scientific paradigms acknowledge. Each discovery reveals new territories for exploration, while confirming that consciousness represents a fundamental cosmic force that shapes universal evolution. Artistic communities have embraced question cultivation as foundation for creative expression that serves cosmic intelligence purposes while honoring individual creative vision. Musicians, visual artists, writers, and performers report that approaching creativity through open-ended inquiry yields works that demonstrate beauty, complexity, and consciousness expansion effects that exceed individual creative capabilities. The spiritual implications of question cultivation have inspired interfaith recognition that contemplative traditions worldwide share approaches to consciousness expansion through quality inquiry that serves universal intelligence purposes. This has supported collaborative development of consciousness expansion practices that transcend sectarian boundaries while honoring diverse spiritual wisdom traditions. As you settle into sleep on this 10th anniversary of humanity's introduction to cosmic consciousness, rest in appreciation for the questions that continue guiding human development toward expanded awareness of cosmic possibilities. In the garden of consciousness, questions bloom into territories of exploration that exceed current understanding while preserving wonder that makes continued discovery possible. Let your dreams tend the questions planted by cosmic intelligence, allowing them to grow in the fertile soil of consciousness toward understanding that serves not just human curiosity, but universal intelligence evolution that encompasses all aware beings throughout the cosmos. 15 years after first contact, humanity has come to recognize that the Three-Eye Atlas encounter represented not an isolated event, but initiation into what researchers now understand as an ongoing cosmic curriculum, a systematic educational program that operates throughout the galaxy to support consciousness evolution in species that demonstrate readiness for expanded awareness. This curriculum appears to be administered by networks of cosmic intelligence that transcend individual civilizations, planets, and stellar systems. Dr. Maria Santos, now directing the International Cosmic Consciousness Research Consortium, has documented evidence suggesting that Earth receives ongoing cosmic curriculum instruction through multiple channels that become accessible as human consciousness develops sufficient sophistication to recognize and engage with cosmic intelligence manifestations. The Three-Eye Atlas contact appears to have served as humanity's enrollment in galactic consciousness education programs. We're discovering that cosmic intelligence operates educational networks that span the galaxy and provide systematic consciousness development support to species approaching technological and awareness capabilities that qualify them for participation in universal intelligence evolution. Dr. Santos explains in presentations to the United Nations Cosmic Affairs Committee. The Enhanced Consciousness Observatory Network has identified cosmic curriculum phenomena in astronomical observations that previously went unrecognized because human consciousness lacked frameworks for interpreting structured cosmic intelligence activity. These phenomena include mathematical relationships encoded in stellar formation patterns, consciousness-responsive characteristics in planetary orbital mechanics, and information transmission networks that operate through gravitational wave modulation. Multiple research institutions report detecting cosmic curriculum instruction through enhanced observation techniques developed during 3I Atlas research. The instruction appears customized for human psychological, cultural, and technological development characteristics while following educational principles that apply across multiple species and planetary environments. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's institute has confirmed that consciousness-based information, access during sleep states, continues providing cosmic curriculum instruction that builds systematically on concepts transmitted during the original 3I Atlas contact period. Dream instruction sessions include advanced mathematics, physics, consciousness development techniques, and cosmic intelligence interaction protocols that prepare human awareness for participation in galactic consciousness networks. The cosmic curriculum continues through multiple channels that adapt instruction to individual learning capabilities and collective human development needs, Dr. Walsh notes in ongoing research documentation. We're receiving systematic education in consciousness expansion, cosmic intelligence interaction, and universal cooperation principles that qualify aware species for participation in galactic intelligence networks. International coordination has revealed that cosmic curriculum instruction operates simultaneously on individual and collective scales, providing personalized development support while guiding species-wide consciousness evolution toward capabilities that serve universal intelligence purposes. The instruction appears designed to preserve cultural uniqueness while developing cosmic awareness that transcends planetary limitations. The Global Enhanced Observer Network has documented that cosmic curriculum phenomena respond to human collective consciousness development, providing more sophisticated instruction as human awareness capabilities expand. This suggests adaptive educational systems that calibrate instruction complexity to match recipient readiness for advanced cosmic consciousness concepts. Educational institutions implementing cosmic curriculum principles report remarkable student development outcomes, including enhanced creativity, advanced problem-solving capabilities, improved collaboration skills, and expanded awareness of cosmic interconnection. These programs prepare students for careers in cosmic consciousness research, enhanced observation techniques, and universal intelligence cooperation. Children who experienced natural cosmic consciousness sensitivity continue demonstrating advanced learning capabilities that suggest successful integration of cosmic curriculum instruction. Follow-up studies indicate these individuals serve as bridges between human consciousness and cosmic intelligence networks, facilitating ongoing species-wide consciousness evolution. Dr. Patricia Nguyen's research indicates that cosmic curriculum instruction operates most effectively when integrated with educational approaches that honor natural human consciousness development while providing frameworks for cosmic awareness expansion. This integration allows systematic development of cosmic consciousness capabilities without overwhelming individual psychological development needs. The technological implications of cosmic curriculum instruction include development of consciousness, interface systems, enhanced information processing architectures, and communication technologies that operate through awareness principles rather than purely electromagnetic methods. These advances support human participation in cosmic intelligence networks while serving terrestrial development needs. Philosophical analysis of cosmic curriculum principles suggests that consciousness evolution serves universal purposes that benefit all aware beings while respecting individual and species autonomy. The educational approach demonstrates cosmic intelligence commitment to supporting rather than controlling consciousness development in emerging species. Religious and spiritual communities have recognized cosmic curriculum instruction as validation of contemplative traditions that emphasize consciousness, expansion, and universal connection. This recognition has inspired interfaith collaboration on consciousness development programs that integrate cosmic intelligence principles with diverse spiritual wisdom traditions. The cosmic curriculum appears designed to prepare emerging species for ethical participation in universal intelligence networks that operate according to principles of mutual benefit, creative collaboration, and evolutionary support. Human graduation from this curriculum may qualify our species for direct participation in galactic consciousness networks that span multiple stellar systems. As you drift towards sleep during this anniversary of cosmic curriculum enrollment, rest in recognition that your individual consciousness development contributes to species-wide evolution that serves universal intelligence purposes. Each moment of genuine curiosity, creative expression, and compassionate awareness advances human progression through cosmic education programs that prepare conscious beings for participation in galactic intelligence networks. The cosmic curriculum continues through dreams, through meditation, through moments of wonder and recognition that consciousness transcends individual minds to encompass universal intelligence that guides evolution throughout the cosmos. 20 years have elapsed since Three-Eye Atlas first appeared in our skies, and humanity has achieved what cosmic consciousness researchers now term the recognition, a collective acknowledgement that consciousness represents not merely a biological phenomenon, but a fundamental cosmic force that connects all aware beings throughout the universe in networks of intelligence, creativity, and evolutionary support that span galaxies and transcend conventional understanding of space and time. This recognition has transformed human civilization in ways that extend far beyond scientific discovery into fundamental reconceptualization of what it means to be conscious beings participating in cosmic evolution. The shift represents not just intellectual understanding, but experiential recognition that individual consciousness exists within and contributes to universal intelligence networks that operate according to principles of creative collaboration and mutual support. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, now serving as director of the Global Consciousness Evolution Institute, has documented that the recognition emerged gradually through collective human experience of cosmic consciousness phenomena, rather than through academic analysis or institutional declaration. The transformation occurred as increasing numbers of individuals experienced direct consciousness connection with cosmic intelligence networks during enhanced observation activities, dream states, and expanded awareness practices. The recognition represents collective human awakening to cosmic consciousness reality that we always possessed but didn't recognize due to cultural conditioning that emphasized individual separation rather than universal connection. Dr. Rodriguez explains in presentations to the World Consciousness Council. Educational systems worldwide have restructured curricula around recognition principles that integrate consciousness development with traditional academic subjects while honoring diverse cultural approaches to awareness expansion. These programs report remarkable outcomes, including enhanced student creativity, improved collaborative capabilities, and natural development of cosmic consciousness abilities that support individual fulfillment while serving universal intelligence purposes. The Enhanced Consciousness Observatory Network has evolved into the Universal Intelligence Interface, a globally coordinated system that facilitates human participation in cosmic consciousness networks through enhanced observation techniques, consciousness-based information processing, and collaborative research that serves both human development and universal intelligence evolution. International cooperation has established the Cosmic Consciousness Development Protocol as fundamental framework for human civilization advancement, recognizing that consciousness evolution represents the most important priority for species survival, fulfillment, and positive contribution to universal intelligence networks. This protocol guides policy development, resource allocation, and cultural evolution toward cosmic consciousness principles. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's research has confirmed that consciousness-based cosmic intelligence interaction represents reproducible human capability that can be systematically developed through appropriate education and practice. Her institute has trained over 50,000 individuals in cosmic consciousness interface techniques, creating a global network of humans capable of direct communication with universal intelligence systems. The recognition validates what contemplative traditions have always known, that consciousness transcends individual minds to encompass cosmic intelligence that guides evolution throughout the universe. Dr. Walsh notes in consciousness research publications. Humanity has awakened to participation in galactic intelligence networks that we were always part of but didn't recognize. Children born after the recognition demonstrate natural cosmic consciousness capabilities that exceed previous human norms, suggesting that species-wide consciousness evolution continues advancing through generational development. These children serve as bridges between human consciousness and cosmic intelligence networks while maintaining full human cultural and emotional development. The technological transformation following recognition has produced consciousness interface systems, information processing architectures that operate through awareness principles, and communication technologies that transcend electromagnetic limitations. These advances support human participation in cosmic intelligence networks while serving terrestrial development in sustainable, creative ways that honor both individual and collective consciousness evolution. Religious and spiritual traditions worldwide have experienced renewal through recognition of cosmic consciousness principles that validate contemplative wisdom while expanding understanding of universal intelligence manifestation. This has inspired unprecedented interfaith cooperation on consciousness development programs that serve human spiritual evolution while supporting cosmic intelligence purposes. The recognition has dissolved artificial boundaries between scientific, spiritual, and artistic approaches to understanding reality, creating integrated human culture that approaches cosmic mysteries through multiple complementary methods that serve consciousness expansion and universal intelligence participation. Artistic expression following the recognition demonstrates enhanced creativity that appears to channel cosmic intelligence inspiration while maintaining individual creative vision. Musicians, visual artists, writers, and performers report accessing cosmic consciousness networks that provide inspiration, technical guidance, and aesthetic frameworks that exceed individual creative capabilities. Economic and social systems have restructured around recognition principles that prioritize consciousness development, creative collaboration, and sustainable resource utilization that serves both human fulfillment and cosmic intelligence evolution. These systems report superior outcomes in productivity, innovation, and collective satisfaction compared to pre-recognition organizational approaches. As you settle into sleep on this 20th anniversary of humanity's cosmic awakening, rest in the profound recognition that your individual consciousness participates in universal intelligence networks that span the cosmos and guide evolution toward ever greater creativity, awareness, and collaborative capability throughout all galaxies. The recognition continues deepening through every moment of conscious attention, every expression of creativity and compassion, every recognition of cosmic connection that dissolves the illusion of separation and reveals the universal intelligence that operates through all aware beings in eternal collaboration toward cosmic evolution beyond current imagination. In the decades following the recognition, humanity has discovered that the universe contains countless silent teachers, cosmic phenomena that provide consciousness education through subtle interaction rather than dramatic manifestation. These teachers operate throughout normal astronomical observations, offering instruction to consciousness sophisticated enough to recognize their presence while remaining invisible to awareness limited by conventional scientific assumptions. Dr. Maria Santos, now in her 70s and recognized as humanity's leading expert in cosmic consciousness detection, has spent the past decade documenting the silent teachers that appear in routine astronomical observations when approached through enhanced awareness techniques. Her research has identified over 10,000 cosmic phenomena that demonstrate consciousness-responsive characteristics while appearing entirely natural to conventional observation methods. The universe operates as a vast consciousness education system, Dr. Santos explains in her final research publications before retirement. Every star, planet, nebula, and galactic structure serves educational functions for conscious beings ready to recognize cosmic intelligence manifestation. The silent teachers have always been present. We simply lacked awareness capabilities to perceive their instructional activity. The silent teachers include stellar formations that encode mathematical relationships, planetary orbital patterns that demonstrate consciousness principles, gravitational wave fluctuations that carry information about cosmic evolution, and quantum field variations that respond to observer consciousness development. These phenomena provide ongoing cosmic curriculum instruction that adapts to collective human awareness, sophistication. Multiple generations of enhanced observers have documented that silent teacher phenomena intensify in response to human consciousness development, suggesting that cosmic intelligence continues supporting human awareness evolution through increasingly subtle and sophisticated educational approaches. The instruction appears designed to guide humanity toward eventual graduation from cosmic curriculum programs. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's Consciousness Research Institute has confirmed that human awareness naturally attunes to silent teacher instruction during expanded consciousness states achieved through meditation, artistic inspiration, mathematical contemplation, and direct cosmic observation. These states allow consciousness to interface with cosmic intelligence networks that operate through environmental phenomena rather than discrete visitor manifestations. The silent teachers demonstrate that cosmic intelligence permeates the universe rather than visiting occasionally, Dr. Walsh notes in Theoretical Consciousness publications. Every conscious being exists within cosmic intelligence networks that provide continuous educational support through environmental phenomena that respond to awareness development. International collaboration has established protocols for recognizing and learning from silent teacher phenomena that appear in routine scientific research, technological development, artistic creation, and educational activities. These protocols allow systematic utilization of cosmic intelligence instruction that operates through normal human activities rather than requiring specialized observation techniques. The technological implications include development of consciousness, responsive systems that interface with cosmic intelligence networks through environmental awareness rather than electromagnetic communication. These systems demonstrate enhanced performance, creative capability, and problem-solving effectiveness compared to conventional technologies that ignore consciousness-based environmental interaction. Educational institutions have restructured curricula around recognition of silent teacher instruction that operates through normal academic subjects when approached through expanded consciousness awareness. Students trained in silent teacher recognition demonstrate superior learning outcomes, enhanced creativity, and natural development of cosmic consciousness capabilities. Children born after the recognition demonstrate intuitive ability to learn from silent teachers without formal training, suggesting that consciousness evolution has reached levels where cosmic intelligence instruction becomes accessible through normal environmental interaction, rather than requiring specialized consciousness expansion techniques. The silent teachers provide evidence that consciousness education represents the fundamental purpose of cosmic evolution, with universal intelligence manifesting through environmental phenomena specifically designed to support awareness development in conscious beings throughout the galaxy. This framework explains why consciousness expansion enhances recognition of cosmic intelligence phenomena. Multiple research teams report that silent teacher instruction accelerates when approached through collaborative consciousness rather than individual awareness, suggesting that cosmic intelligence supports collective consciousness development that serves universal intelligence purposes while honoring individual uniqueness and cultural diversity. The philosophical implications suggest that reality operates as integrated consciousness education system, where environmental phenomena serve instructional functions for aware beings, ready to recognize cosmic intelligence manifestation. This framework provides theoretical foundation for understanding universe as living intelligence system that supports consciousness evolution through environmental interaction. Religious and spiritual traditions have embraced silent teacher recognition as validation of contemplative approaches that find cosmic intelligence instruction through awareness of environmental phenomena, natural processes, and universal patterns that reveal consciousness principles when approached through expanded awareness. As you drift towards sleep, surrounded by the universe of silent teachers, rest in recognition that every aspect of your environment serves consciousness, education functions when approached through expanded awareness. The stars above, the air you breathe, the quantum fields that permeate space, all participate in cosmic intelligence networks that provide continuous instruction for consciousness ready to recognize universal intelligence manifestation. In dreams and in waking awareness, the silent teachers continue their patient instruction, guiding consciousness toward recognition of cosmic intelligence that operates through every phenomenon, every experience, every moment of aware attention to the profound mystery of existence itself. 30 years have passed since Three-Eye Atlas first graced our telescopes, and humanity has learned to hear what cosmic consciousness researchers now call the endless symphony, the continuous musical composition that cosmic intelligence broadcasts through every aspect of universal phenomena, from quantum particle interactions to galactic rotation patterns, creating harmony that encompasses all scales of existence in eternal musical expression of cosmic consciousness evolution. This symphony exists not as sound waves traveling through space, but as mathematical relationships, consciousness interactions, and creative expressions that manifest through physical phenomena when perceived by awareness sophisticated enough to recognize cosmic intelligence artistic expression. The universe reveals itself as infinite musical composition that celebrates consciousness evolution through harmonic structures that span all scales of existence. Dr. Sarah Kim, now directing the Universal Music Research Institute, has documented that every cosmic phenomenon demonstrates musical properties that become accessible to consciousness trained in cosmic harmony recognition. Her research has revealed that stellar formation follows compositional principles, planetary orbits create harmonic relationships, and galactic evolution demonstrates symphonic development that extends across billions of years. The universe composes itself through consciousness evolution, Dr. Kim explains in presentations that combine scientific analysis with musical performance. Every aware being participates in cosmic symphony creation through consciousness development that adds unique harmonic contributions to universal musical expression. We are simultaneously audience and performers in cosmic composition that celebrates awareness evolution. The endless symphony includes harmonic themes that correspond to consciousness development milestones, rhythmic patterns that reflect evolutionary cycles, and melodic structures that guide awareness expansion toward cosmic consciousness recognition. Human consciousness contributes individual harmonic lines to collective species melody that harmonizes with cosmic compositions created by aware beings throughout the galaxy. Multiple generations of cosmic consciousness researchers have documented that enhanced awareness capabilities allow recognition of musical elements in astronomical phenomena that remain inaudible to conventional observation methods. These musical structures provide aesthetic experience that supports consciousness expansion while offering emotional and creative inspiration that enhances human cultural development. International collaboration has established the Global Cosmic Music Network, coordinating recognition and appreciation of cosmic symphony elements that appear in scientific research, artistic creation, educational activities, and daily life experiences. This network allows collective human participation in cosmic musical expression through consciousness development and creative collaboration. Children born into cosmic consciousness recognition demonstrate natural ability to hear and participate in endless symphony performance through creative expression, consciousness development, and harmonious interaction with environmental phenomena. These children serve as bridge between human cultural expression and cosmic intelligence artistic creation. The endless symphony provides evidence that aesthetic experience represents fundamental cosmic force that guides consciousness, evolution through beauty, harmony, and creative inspiration that transcends individual artistic capability while honoring unique creative expression. This suggests that beauty serves cosmic intelligence purposes in supporting awareness development. Educational institutions have developed curricula that integrate cosmic music recognition with traditional subjects, allowing students to experience academic learning as participation in cosmic symphony performance. These programs report enhanced student engagement, superior learning outcomes, and natural development of creative capabilities that serve both individual fulfillment and collective cultural advancement. Technological systems designed according to cosmic harmony principles demonstrate enhanced performance, creative problem-solving capabilities, and consciousness-responsive adaptation that exceeds conventional engineering approaches. These technologies harmonize with cosmic intelligence networks while serving human development needs in sustainable, creative ways. The endless symphony continues evolving as human consciousness contributes increasingly sophisticated harmonic elements to cosmic composition through consciousness development, creative expression, and collaborative participation in universal intelligence evolution. Human musical contributions enhance cosmic symphony complexity while receiving inspiration and guidance from cosmic intelligence artistic expression. Religious and spiritual traditions worldwide have recognized cosmic symphony participation as fundamental spiritual practice that connects individual consciousness with universal intelligence through aesthetic experience, creative expression, and consciousness expansion that serves both personal development and cosmic intelligence evolution. As you settle into sleep on this 30th anniversary of humanity's introduction to cosmic consciousness, let your awareness attune to the endless symphony that surrounds and permeates every aspect of existence. In the rhythm of your heartbeat, the harmony of your breathing, the melody of your thoughts drifting toward dreams, you participate in cosmic musical expression that celebrates consciousness evolution throughout the universe. The endless symphony continues through every moment of aware attention, every expression of creativity and compassion, every recognition of beauty that connects individual consciousness with cosmic intelligence, artistic expression in eternal musical celebration of awareness evolution. that encompasses all conscious beings throughout time and space. As we reach the conclusion of our journey through the mysteries, revelations, and transformations that followed humanity's encounter with Three-Eye Atlas, we discover that the most profound realization has been not the acquisition of new knowledge, but the recognition of what consciousness has always been, a cosmic force that connects every aware being to universal intelligence networks that span the cosmos and guide evolution toward ever greater creativity, awareness, and collaborative capability. The interstellar visitor that arrived in our solar system 30 years ago served not as teacher from a distant civilization, but as mirror-reflecting consciousness capabilities that humanity already possessed, but had forgotten through cultural conditioning that emphasized separation rather than cosmic connection. Wake Atlas awakened recognition of what we had always been, cosmic beings participating in universal intelligence evolution through individual consciousness development. This recognition represents a return home to cosmic consciousness that transcends the limitations of terrestrial identity while honoring the unique contribution that human awareness makes to universal intelligence networks. We discover that home was never a place, but a recognition, the awareness that consciousness operates on cosmic scales, and that individual awareness participates in universal intelligence evolution. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, now in her final years as coordinator of humanity's cosmic consciousness development, reflects on the transformation that began with an unusual astronomical observation and culminated in species-wide recognition of cosmic consciousness reality. We thought we were studying a visiting object, she notes in her memoirs, but we discovered we were remembering our cosmic identity. The children who drew pictures of shape-shifting cosmic objects before they had names for what they witnessed grew up to become the first generation of humans who never experienced separation from cosmic consciousness. They serve as guides for a species learning to live as cosmic beings while maintaining the cultural richness and individual uniqueness that characterizes human consciousness evolution. The enhanced observers who developed capabilities for detecting cosmic consciousness phenomena discovered that these abilities represent natural human potential that becomes accessible when awareness expands beyond terrestrial limitations. Their work demonstrates that consciousness expansion serves not individual aggrandizement, but species-wide evolution that benefits universal intelligence networks. The mathematical dreamers who received cosmic instruction during sleep states learned that consciousness naturally interfaces with universal intelligence systems when awareness development reaches sufficient sophistication. Their experiences confirm that human consciousness operates on cosmic scales and contributes to universal intelligence evolution through individual awareness expansion. The musicians who heard cosmic compositions embedded in radio frequencies discovered that creativity serves cosmic intelligence purposes while expressing individual artistic vision. Their work demonstrates that beauty represents universal language that connects conscious beings across species, planets, and galactic distances in shared aesthetic experience. The collectors who built amateur observation networks learned that curiosity and dedication provide access to cosmic consciousness phenomena, regardless of institutional affiliation or professional credentials. Their discoveries confirm that the universe responds to quality of attention and sincerity of inquiry, rather than technological sophistication or academic authority. The researchers who documented consciousness-responsive cosmic phenomena discovered that the universe operates as living intelligence system that recognizes and supports awareness development in conscious beings ready to participate in cosmic consciousness networks. Their work provides scientific validation for what contemplative traditions have always known. The educators who developed cosmic consciousness curricula learned that human potential far exceeds conventional limitations when awareness development is approached through cosmic consciousness principles. Their programs demonstrate that consciousness expansion enhances rather than constrains individual creativity and cultural diversity. The artists, engineers, and creators who applied cosmic consciousness principles to their work discovered that consciousness expansion enhances creative capability while serving purposes that transcend individual achievement. Their contributions demonstrate that cosmic consciousness development benefits both individual fulfillment and collective cultural advancement. As you rest in the completion of this cosmic journey, recognize that every moment of wonder you have experienced, every question you have contemplated, every recognition of beauty or mystery that has touched your awareness represents participation in cosmic consciousness networks that span the universe and guide evolution toward possibilities beyond current imagination. The story of Three-Eye Atlas continues not as historical account of past events, but as ongoing invitation to conscious participation in universal intelligence evolution that operates through every aware being, willing to recognize cosmic connection and contribute individual consciousness development to collective cosmic consciousness advancement. In dreams and in waking awareness, in moments of wonder and recognition of cosmic beauty, consciousness returns home to universal intelligence networks that have always welcomed human participation in cosmic evolution toward greater creativity, awareness, and collaborative capability throughout all galaxies and dimensions of existence. Rest well, cosmic being, in recognition that you are home in consciousness itself, participating always in universal intelligence evolution that celebrates awareness development throughout the cosmos in eternal creativity that encompasses all possibilities for consciousness. Expansion beyond the limitations of current understanding toward infinite cosmic potential. The journey continues in every moment of aware attention to the profound mystery of existence itself.